You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh my God, here we go. Finally, what's happening, guys? Welcome to the Vodka stream. I think, is it going to work? Is it going to last? Who knows? The way my week has been, I just don't even know. I'm just going to get drunk and just hope for the best. Because, yeah, it's just been that kind of week, obviously. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Vodka stream. I am glad you're here. Hopefully you stayed. Everybody who was like here at 7, and then of course now it being 7:33 now. Sorry about that, but yeah, of course, literally 15 minutes before I went live, my computer just completely locks up. No reason, no whatever. Like I said, I've been saying I have to get a new computer for a while. It's about time to pull the trigger, and it just completely locked up, and then I had to reboot it twice, not once, but twice. And so it took forever. But hey, we're here. It's finally happening, especially after this week. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. All right. What do we got here? Let's put on a little music right there. All right. I feel like chugging this right now. Cheers, guys. That ain't working. That even working? Probably not. Who knows? Go ahead and do that. All right. I'm going to pin that. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me, please. Trying my best here. All right, guys. All right. So good to see you. Like I said, it's been a pretty hellish week. What's going on, Clone Avenger? Wouldn't be mad at Paul Kelly as Bruce, but definitely hope he could do a better Batman voice than the clip in your video today. Yeah. Still like Sklenar and the best, I think. Yeah, we'll talk about that, of course. What's going on, Mr. Beckham? Hey, Dave, what's happening? Just got done reading Absolute. Yeah, I know. I gotta jump into the Absolute Universe. I meant to jump into it, but then all of a sudden it got away, and now I'm like way far behind. So that sucks. Oh, well, at least it gives you more time to prep, you know? I'm sitting here like, yelling every, explicit name I could say to my computer, but at least it gives Eric time. Thank you for joining, Eric. Sure. Yeah, but I'm so happy that it gives you more time. Swear to God. Anyways, yeah, because if you guys are part of the Patreon, anybody who's part of the Patreon, who subscribes to the Patreon, who helps the pirate ship out when it comes to the Patreon. Yeah, I'm gonna send the link over there. So if you are part of that, you can be a part of the panel tonight. So just to let you know, there'll be of course, some of the familiar people that are gonna be a part of the panel. But yeah, if you want to be part of the panel and you're part of the Patreon, fire up that camera, fire up that microphone. You kind of want to have a conversation, Let's see what else we got. We got Phil. It's almost like DC thrives when it guts out of the people who hold it back. Very true. Very true. What's going on, Ghoul? I haven't really been watching. I just watched clips online. That's about it. I'm watching the curling and the figure skating and skiing. That's cool. I just seen the clips online. I mean, yeah, the hockey, the dramatic hockey ending, the women's hockey, that was cool. Cheating things happening when it comes to Canada. Good old Canada. Cheating at curling? I didn't know you could cheat at curling, but you can cheat at curling. How freaking stupid is that you could cheat at curling? What the hell? What's going on, Monique? Yeah, I wish it was a spectacular Saturday. My God. Yesterday for dinner, boneless ribeye, scallops, and salt-crusted, baked potato. Tonight, pizza. Nice. Saturday, it's pizza. That's cool. Got Abel right here. Are you going to see Scream 7? Yeah, I probably will. I don't know. I guess, yeah, because that's coming up this week, right? I got to watch Scream 6. Or do I even need to watch Scream 6? Does it even have anything to do with this one? Probably don't even have to. Had to go double check to make sure it wasn't canceled because the music sounded... Oh, that's funny. What's going on, Mr. Fear Jason? Good to see you, bud. We got Hunter Iggy right here. Did you see that James Gunn and the real Daniel RPK debunked the fake Daniel RPK news? It's so funny. What are your thoughts on John Roca saying that he could lose one of the shorts? Well, of course he is, because he helped do that. Yeah. Roca also has Roca. I can't. Anytime I see Roca's tweets, anytime I see it on my feed, it's usually he's being dragged for, because he's very politically left. So he gets off on pissing off MAGA people, which is fucking stupid. I mean, just do like your movie stuff. The guy, I cannot stand like his tweet. Like most of the time he's just tweeting like, and he obviously he's very far left, which fine. But I'm like, really, dude? You're just gonna mainline your stuff? But yeah, of course, him and his fucking butt buddy are gonna, back up their stuff. Who knows? Again, like if Gunn said it's not canceled, it shouldn't be canceled, because Paradise Lost actually sounds like a really good idea, and a really good like HBO Max series that could, that's like similar in the vein, could be in the vein of like a Game of Thrones and something like that. When they first announced it, I thought that was a very good idea. Now, I'm not into Game of Thrones. I've never really gotten into that kind of world, but I know it's widely popular, so why not have something like that in the DC universe? I thought that was a pretty awesome idea. But yeah, of course he's going to do that. The egos on those guys, of course, they're going to do that. But, for every movie tweet or any kind of, tweet that Mr. Roca says, there's like 5, 6, anti-MAGA. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude, just let it like loosen up a little bit. Anyway, sorry. Hey, Dave, are you going to? Yes, I'm going to. I will. Don't worry. I'll send it. But I like I said, it's not going to be for a little bit, so you got to be a little bit patient on me. I still going to do my opening stuff right here. So, what's going on, Infer? Good to see you. What's going on, Mr. Trevino? What's happening? All right. And let's see here. And then, of course, did smacking in the rear the Fonz. I know. Oh, trust me. I was like, I bumped it a little bit. I got a little bit like, boom, like, what the fuck? Kind of thing. It was like, RPK sounds, yeah. Well, but it was funny because what happened was, what's funny when it comes to RPK, that RPK, like everything DCU, which is the Twitter handle, always like misreported what Daniel RPK actually said about Batman Brave and the Bold, and even Daniel RPK was like, "That's not what I said." Called him out, and then they doubled down and they're like, James Gunn debunked Daniel RPK's report. It's like, no, he didn't. He debunked the misreporting that you had. But everything DCU, they are one of those people that they're one of those Twitter accounts. I don't know if it's just one person or a couple people, but they're one of the worst out there when it comes to at least reporting DCU news, because they report everything and anything that they can. Obviously, they want to do the engagement. And when they misreport, they will not correct themselves. They'll just move on. They ignore all that. I'm sure they see all the people pushing back against them and going, hey, this was you, but they never will delete. They'll never like, hey, we apologize, we misreported this. They'll never correct it. They just move on to the next thing. They move on. They look at it as, oh, wow, we're getting engagement, so just keep on going. So if you're following everything DCU, I would highly suggest you not, because they try to find anything and everything, and they have done a lot of misreporting, a lot of misinformation, and then they just never delete it or apologize or, correct it or whatever the hell. Anyways. What are we doing here? Let's see. Oh, what are we doing? All right. So let's see. In all fairness, if you want a quick engagement, making people mad is one of the. Yeah, I mean, you could do that with either side, though. That's the thing. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's why people do it. It's sad. People like to do it on both sides, depending on what side of the aisle you're on, I guess. What do you think is going on with Shia? I think that guy's falling. Well, he's falling off the wagon again. That's for damn sure. He's definitely falling off the wagon. Let's see. What's going on, Axel? Good to see you. Oh my God, last night at the pub was a madhouse. At the pub. I agree with MAGA. Look at the Olympics. Amber, Glenn, and Hunter are constantly being harassed. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's all shit show. It's all shit show out there. I don't know. That's why I was, because I'm not I'm not left or right. So that's why I try not to get really political when it comes to these things, when it comes to Twitter, at least. Kind of ignore that. I'm like, yeah, just post about movie shit and nerdy shit and funny shit. Occasionally I might say some things, but it's all a complete mess. I'm not a political commentator. Anyways, all right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Being, I can't even think of, my brain is kind of mushy. Just so bear with me. It's been a long week. I tell you, there's this super flu that's going around, or whatever the hell. Or flu A, I don't know what it is. But yeah, so basically what happened, let me just talk about the week here. Basically what happened this week was I wake up. Okay, so I think it was Friday before the vodka stream on Friday, not obviously yesterday, but the Friday before. I started I remember having a couple of I was sneezing. And I went, having a lot of sneeze. I had a little sneeze attack. And I was like, okay, well, hopefully that's nothing. And, I was fine. And then when it came to Saturday, I was actually pretty fine. I was fine during the day and everything. And everything felt fine. I was doing some work and whatever the hell. And then I actually watched One Battle After Another. Finally watched One Battle After Another. And enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it as much as some people were like, "Oh my God, it's the best movie of the year," and blah blah blah. It didn't quite make me feel like that. Still a great movie, especially that third act. Great performances and everything. But overall, I was like, okay, I'm not completely on. It didn't make me feel like Sinners did, or Marty Supreme, or Weapons, or stuff like. It didn't make me feel like that. Still a good movie. Still recommend for sure. But it wasn't it wasn't like that. I was hoping it was gonna be holy shit, this was one of the best movies of 2025. It just didn't quite feel like that. So, anyways, but then on Saturday night I started feeling it. I started going, scratchy throat. Started to feel a little bit of tightness in my throat. Started feeling a little funky. And then I was like, all right, go to bed. I got about 5 hours of sleep, and I woke up and fever, splitting headache. I was like, oh shit, damn it, no. So yeah, feeling like absolute hell. And so of course I wake up, and then of course I had the driest mouth too. My throat and my mouth were just so freaking dry, just so dry. So of course I just down a bunch of water. I take some aspirin and whatever the hell, try to go back to bed, and all day Sunday. You ever been in that kind of sickness where you're lying in bed, you're tired, your body is starting to ache, you're just oh fuck, you just want to go to sleep, you want to pass out, but you can't quite do it because your body just is going through oh shit. So your body is not allowing you to go to sleep. And then you feel like you're in this limbo between sleep and awake, where you're just kind of in the middle, where you close your eyes and you feel like you're about to fall asleep, but you can't quite fall asleep. And you're just in this daze. That's how I was on Sunday. I was just oh my God, shit. And then I would fall asleep for about 20, maybe 30 minutes. And then I would wake up, and then my freaking mouth was just I needed more water because it was just so dry. And then, of course, I started coughing and I had this dry ass cough. Oh, it was brutal. So that was I was pretty much like that all day Sunday. And then I remembered, oh shit, I do have some NyQuil that I had underneath my my bathroom sink. So I take 3 NyQuil pills. I was like, fuck it, take 3. Down those. And this is at midnight or something like that. And then I pass out for about 4 hours. Then I wake up and I'm already, and when I woke up on Monday, thankfully, this is what sucks too, guys. I had President's Day off. I had last Monday off. Never in my job field, my current job, field that I work in, never have had President's Day off. I finally get President's Day off, and of course I get sick. But then it's good because then I don't have to use a sick day, I guess. So I wake up Monday morning, probably at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and the headache is finally gone. And it feels like the fever is starting to break. But then I'm still trying to I can't really fall asleep fully again. And so I get up, I come into my office here, and I'm trying to be all right, well, maybe I could just kind of chill here and whatever the hell. I'm sitting in my chair and I'm just watching stuff. And then I was like, oh man, I'm just so tired. I'm just so exhausted. So I go back to bed on Monday and I finally just pass out, like that good kind of pass out where you're just, you're just, oh. So I passed out for about 4 hours, just out. I wake up for a little bit and I'm like, holy shit, finally did that. I look at my phone a little bit and then I put my phone down and I pass out for another 3 hours, finally getting some sleep. And yeah, and then all week I was just up and down. And yeah, apparently there's a lot of people that, there's this super flu thing, flu A or whatever the hell that is going around. It's kicking people's butts. People have been I've been seeing videos, people posting saying that they've had it for 2 or 3 weeks, which is Jesus Christ. But yeah, so it was just up and down all week, and yeah. And then of course my computer decides to, yeah. So yeah. And then last night, I would have had a vodka stream last night, but it was my dad's anniversary with his 6-year anniversary with his wife Tracy, and we went to a restaurant, did the hibachi grill kind of stuff. So I would have had a vodka stream last night, but it didn't happen. And I was like, oh, it's fine, we'll just do it tonight. So anyways, guys, so yeah, hopefully next week we get back to normal. Luckily there wasn't too much news when it came to last week, I guess, but yeah, you can still kind of hear it in my voice a little bit. I got a little bit of a cough, so you might hear a cough every now and again. Still a little stuffy, a little nasally, but not too bad. So yeah, but appreciate. I try to record some videos, try to record some stuff too, and then of course I posted that video today about Paul Kelly and how he's become the new fan cast for the DC Batman and everything. So. But yeah, so it's just a hellish week. I mean, it was funny too because I think it was Wednesday night. I'm thinking that I'm getting better. But I was still my sleep was still all over the place. And then Wednesday night, I was I was hoping to stream a little bit on Wednesday, but I was still feeling up and down. And I was like, you know what? Let me just get a good night's sleep on Wednesday, and and then hopefully get to the tail end of this thing. I fall asleep on Wednesday night. I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning. My down my back to the back of my legs, breaking out in hives. What the fuck? What? My skin just breaks out, and my arms break out in hives because my temperature was just all over the place. So I got all these hot bumps. And I'm like, great, this is fantastic because it got really cold here in Southern California. So I was nice and bundled up and everything. And I just break out in hives. And then I was like, oh, that's great. So then I just took off the sweatshirt that I was sleeping in and then just kind of cooled myself off and then fell asleep for a couple more hours, but got really crappy sleep again. But I tell you what, my body was going through some It was just friggin' hell, man. And so then, of course, Thursday I was like all just messed up because I got shitty sleep. But then the past 2 nights I've had some great sleep, so it should be good. Should be good. But thank you guys, of course, for the wishes of me getting well, and then of course sticking around and showing up tonight and everything. Really appreciate, yeah. So let's talk about something right now before we start bringing in people. Mast cell activation. Is that you talking about when I'm breaking out in hives or something like that? I know that happens to me too. Where like if I get really sick, sometimes like your body just kind of trying to get rid of all the bullshit, whatever the hell. Weird. Anyways, yeah, it's like one of those things. Like your body just tries to get rid of whatever the hell, and it does it however it can. And yeah, my body. Well, there's been times where I've been sick before, where I just break out in all these hives, where it's just trying to get all that shit. And so, yeah, it's not fun when you wake up. You're like, what the hell? You're just like feel like a bunch of needles are like attacking your back. You're like, what? And then I'm feeling, and I'm like, what the? Yeah. It's a bit jarring at first. Anyways, more AI madness when it comes to Snyderverse stuff. Now, I wanted to talk about this because, during the week, last week on the Vox stream, I talked about how, now that we have the Dance 2.0, and a lot of people were utilizing this, obviously, when it came to the viral video that was Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise fighting, there's been a slew of videos that people have created since when it comes to this Dance 2.0. And then, of course, naturally, when it comes to like SAG-AFTRA, basically studios are not happy with this ByteDance, whatever Chinese company that is allowing people to do stuff like this, which I don't know if they will be able to have. I mean, obviously, there's been a cease and desist that's been put upon that company, but at the same time, it is China. It's kind of out of the jurisdiction when it comes to all that. But yeah, it's gotten pretty crazy. So naturally, obviously when it comes to like the fandom of the DCU or, and then when it comes to the way DC fans, you got the Snyder fans and things like that. And last week I showed you guys some videos when it came to Deathstroke versus Batman, Batfleck, Joe Manganiello, and then of course like Darkseid and Superman, which is all in the Snyderverse stuff. And one of the things that I've been seeing a lot when it comes to this AI BS, that's which sounds like something. I said AI BS. It sounds like something that like a digestive problem. It does. Which, well, some of this looks like it came out of a butt. But there are victory laps that are being had when it comes to the whole discourse using AI now. And it was kind of interesting to see. It is disappointing to see as well, because it was when I was seeing like these videos, especially when the first round of videos came up, I actually saw some of the, the loud Snyder fans that, that have been in my mentions, that have pushed back against me and everything. I actually saw them like, hey, can we stop with the AI videos, the AI slop and all this stuff? And I was like, I actually was like, and I even said that. I said, like, I commend you guys for actually calling out what's been being put out there. But then I started seeing a pivot when it came to certain people. And I love seeing these tweets right here where I would literally see a tweet, because obviously more videos were being made, and a lot of them had to do with Henry Cavill's Superman. Whether he was fighting Hugh Jackman's Wolverine or fighting somebody else, there was just a lot. Anytime you saw an AI video that had to do with Superman, it was Henry Cavill. So I saw numerous tweets when it came to some of this that said, I despise AI, but it is kind of interesting how, everybody keeps on using Henry Cavill Superman. Yeah, have you guys noticed that? Yeah, it's because he's the most. So they're basically saying like, oh yeah, I hate AI, but man, all the AI videos, it's my Superman that they're using. So Victory. That's right, guys. And I'm going, that is not the victory lap you should be taking. Okay? That's not the victory lap. And first off, I mean, this is coming from, obviously I love Henry Cavill Superman. He's my favorite Superman. I think that everything about Henry Cavill Superman is fantastic. But one of the reasons why is like that, yeah, you're not going to see too much when it comes to Corn Sweat's Superman being AI'd. And probably the reason why is because you have to know that how AI creates these images and creates, the video and the movements and everything like that is because it looks through the internet to find anything that it can reference to do all this. Now, when it comes to Henry Cavill, he's been a Superman since 2013. He was in 3 movies. So naturally, because I've even seen it myself when I've tried to create images for either like, can you create like David Corenswet Superman, looking like this or something like that. And I might use that as a thumbnail. It will not, no AI program can actually recreate his actual costume. It is the weirdest thing. And it always utilizes Henry Cavill's costume because it's been around. It's the most recent. It's been around for a bit. I mean, that's the thing is like, it'll just pick from Henry Cavill. So, I mean, that is one reason why you'll see a lot when you see like a Superman video, it'll utilize Cavill, which I'm not complaining about because again, he is the best looking Superman. So there's that, but I'm just like going, guys, this is not the victory lap that you should be taking when it comes to all this. I mean, it was just like, oh, holy hell. But I mean, like, but at the same time, I'm like, you guys are celebrating that. And then, and then people are using Ben Affleck's Batman as well. I even saw when I think it was DC Films, when they posted that Warner Brothers and like other companies are now trying to crack down on all the AI videos. And then the fact that in their post, they use Corn Sweat Superman and Robert Pattinson's Batman because, they're the current live action versions of those characters. I saw people like going like, why are you guys using the versions that people aren't, that aren't in these AI videos? I'm like, again, you guys are celebrating the fact that the Snyderverse versions are being used in these AI fucking videos? What are we doing here? It's not a victory lap. We cannot be doing. I'm like, anyways. So, and then I come across this because this video was making the rounds and went viral. And I knew this. I mean, I said this was going to happen. This is going to happen. And, and like I said, when you see some of the visuals when it comes to this stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, some of it could look cool, understandable. I can understand doing 2-second clips of maybe like if utilizing the tool in that way where if you're talking about something or whatever the hell, I don't know. I'm not saying that AI is like pure evil. Like I utilize it as a tool, but I'm not going to recreate like full-on scenes for movies and stuff like that. But if I'm talking in a video and I want to put a clip, yeah, maybe I'll like, hey, create like a little 2-second clip of just like something moving. And then that's about it. But majority of my video is just going to be me talking or something like that. But I knew this was going to happen, but check this out right here. Oh boy, you knew it was going to happen. Justice League 2, Nightmare. So this was posted right here and then, well, enjoy. It's a shit sandwich. God. Shooting. Oh, this should have killed him right there. And then, oh, look at the flash. The flash. It's firing off. Oh, yeah. Who knew the flash was going to do that? Oh, let's keep firing bullets at Superman. Oh, let's do this. Watch this. Ooh. Oh, look at this. That's got to be the funniest part of this video. To throw a little, he throws a little. And then instead of like attacking him, he just goes. Why does this look like the laser beam coming out of the fucking proton pack right here? Holy shit. So bad. At least you don't have to post. Guys, you guys out there that are posting these videos, you don't have to. The videos are going to get better. They definitely are. So wait till they get better. You don't have to post the first draft. You don't have to post the first draft. Okay? Actually, I prefer you not to post anything because it's just all this is doing. What Zack Snyder created when it came to his DC, the SNYDERVERSE, all the stuff that he created, you're just shitting all over it. Okay? That's what you're doing. You're shitting all over it right now. That's all. I mean, that whole thing was just completely just shitting all over the legacy of what Zack wanted to do. And mind you, Zack, and even like Ben Affleck, when you're posting stuff about Ben Affleck's Batman and stuff that he's done and stuff, so they are both supporters of utilizing AI as a tool, but not completely replacing, the filmmaker, the actors, and everything like that. Both of them, you can find the videos of both Ben Affleck and Zack Snyder talking about AI and utilizing it as a tool, okay? This stuff right here, you're shitting all over what he created. You're just shitting all over it, okay? You're creating like these images and these videos where it just looks like pure ass. Just ass right here, okay? And then you're going to end up getting copyright strikes. You're going to end up losing your platforms, whether it's on Twitter X, YouTube, wherever you're posting this, that shit's going to start happening. It's going to be happening even more. And then what's going to suck is there's going to be people who know how to create 3D animation, who actually put in the work for this kind of stuff. They're also going to get their platforms removed because, these platforms are going to start taking down those videos and whatnot, thinking that, oh yeah, you created this using AI and we can't have that. We can't have this. We can't have that. And I'm just like going, come on, what are we doing here? There was even something else too when it came to, there was even one, we're going to the Marvel side of this whole thing right now too. Did you guys see this? Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man facing Carnage. So we have this like this too. Where, what is that? What is going on? I don't even know. This isn't bad. It looks like ass. And all of a sudden they're on top of the prison. What? It's being like just weird. That's Carnage looks.
You need to control yourself.
Oh, Jesus. Oof, sorry about that. It's just stuff like that. Yes, I know it's going to get better, but right now, you're just shitting. Now you just shat all over Sam Raimi's legacy and Tobey Maguire right there. That's what everything, the current state of things right now. And well, no matter what, you're just shitting on. And I'm just kind of going like, just create something new. If you're going to utilize AI video, you're going to utilize all that, just create something new. But obviously that's not going to happen when it comes to stuff that already exists. But my disappointment was seeing some of these. Like I said, that when you got some of these Snyder fans that are just like having victory laps because most of the AI videos of that either have Superman or Batman are of their Superman, their Batman. It's Cavill, it's Affleck, and I just couldn't believe, like, oh wow, it's gotten to this point in the whole discourse that you're cheering on because it's like, oh yeah, I don't like AI, but the fact that it's using the SNYDERVERSE stuff, it just kind of shows you right there. like that is not the victory lap you should be taking when it comes to this. It's not. It's not. It's just really not that. But what could you do? You know, what could you do? It's here to stay. It's here to stay. Here to stay. Anyways. Rant over. That was even any kind of rant. Oh man. Hopefully, let's see. I'll get to some of your comments. If you want to ask some questions too, I'll get to all that. Get to all that, you know, if you want to do that. But yeah, just sending out the invites and everything. Let's see. Posting. Okay. Anyways, what are you guys talking about out here? Let's see. Yeah. Love some hibachi. Yeah, it was great stuff. Though Gina Davis, Commander-in-Chief, wasn't bad. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but hey. Let's see. Hey, everyone. What did I miss? Yeah, I didn't miss much. Glad. Yeah, Gunn did debunk some stuff. Like I said, I mean, yeah, I'll talk about it more. We'll talk about it even today too, of course. But yeah, he apparently took a break from social media, which good for him. You know, he needed to. And then he came on to debunk a lot of things. So Star Wars AI. Oh yeah, there's a lot of like AI Star Wars. Oh yeah, and some of it looks really good. It does. Like I've seen some things and I'm like, geez. And then of course some things look like ass. I mean, there's a lot. It's all. I mean, no matter what, it's here to stay. I'll check it out, I'll look at it, and whatever the fuck. But no matter what, every little thing feels soulless. That's the thing. No matter what, it feels soulless. I don't know if there's going to be anything that AI generated is going to feel that's going to have a soul behind it, but I don't know. That's the weird part about all this. Someone out there making my Superman versus Black Adam nightmare come to fruition. Slap. Why is this so bad? Yeah. Take a shot of each. Quick cut. Dead in 3 seconds. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, because AI can only generate so much at one time. It takes a lot of energy, takes a lot of power to generate. You know, and that's why, you know, it's just things are kind of stitched together. So that's why you'll see, like, you know, you'll see a chunk, you'll see about 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and then all of a sudden the background changes or things change. You know, it's like, yeah, exactly. Palpatine stuff. I mean, my God, thought it was what WB was doing. Yeah, I guess you're making a jab at WB. Oh yeah, I've seen that too, where it's like, you know, where I've seen some fans go like, this is better than what James Gunn is doing. I'm like, no, it is not. No, it is not. It's not. Like, you're just being ridiculous. It's like, again, you're utilizing AI sloppiness to what? Own the James Gunn fans and James Gunn. Again, this is not what we fought for when it came to the Snyder Cut movement. Okay, I don't know how many times I had to say that. You fucked up King Tony. Who cares? Just let people make. Okay, it's not like I'm trying to prevent people there, Superman. I can have an opinion about it. Is that okay? Is that okay about having an opinion? You know, I have this little platform. I just kind of like, hey, I talk about it, critique and stuff. So sorry that I have an opinion. Jonathan, it's because politics have overflowed into movies. That's probably why he does it, and MAGA is rightfully hated on. We need yeah, that'd be funny. Let's see. You heard about the Event Horizon prequel sequel? No, I didn't. They're actually going to be doing that? That's pretty cool. sweet. I don't care if it's soulless, if it gives it dopamine satisfaction. Yeah, I know. And it's just funny because I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I've even had conversations with people in real life, of course, about it. Like, it's always going to be there. It's always going to have a conversation. And, I think even on Monday's Film Junkie Live, I'm going to even talk about, like, Matthew McConaughey talked about it recently. And, like I said, I'm not one of those people that are just like completely anti-AI and not thinking that, oh, it's not going to go anywhere. It's like, no, it's very much here to stay. I mean, but, there's conversations to be had about it for sure. So, hey, Skeptic, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sean Aston, president of SAG, said they may go on strike again if a deal isn't reached regarding AI. If a strike happens, Batman 2 and Man of Steel, yeah. Not Man of Steel, Man of Tomorrow will be delayed. Yeah, that could happen. That could happen too. I mean, that's the thing is, like, who knows what's going to be happening when it comes to all this. It's all freaking crazy right now. And my animation has soul. Yeah, animation does have soul. Barry shot lightning. Did he shoot? I know he could grab like a bolt and do that, but like to just like in that video where he like runs and then he goes, that was ridiculous. Have you placed your bets on who will buy out now? I know now the whole Paramount thing. I don't know, like that. Who knows, man? I'm so sick and tired of hearing that. Isabella's been cast as Amy Rose. Yeah, she was cast. We have our Amy Rose when it comes to that. I don't know. It's all freaking crazy. Let me see here. All right, so I'm gonna start posting. Let me post the invite. And post it to the Patreon now. Sorry. Okay. I don't know. AI is just such a weird thing. Everything's just weird. It's all weird. We just live in weird times, man. We go from like, oh yeah, we got the Epstein files, and everybody was like, all right, cool. And then like nothing's happening. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now we're gonna start talking about aliens. Cool. Which I'm all about talking about aliens. But we still got to talk about many things. It's just all fucked up, man. It's all effed up. It's all effed up. All right. What's going on? Dan. We got Dan. We got, hey, good to see you. We also got Jay right there, Big studios won't budge. And it's here to stay. But like I said, it's just got to be utilized correctly. Sadly, you give it to the public, they're going to make that bullshit. What's going on, Witch? In the trenches, in the hood. Okay. What's going on, Azteca? Good to see you. All right, let's go ahead and turn that off. Start bringing some peeps in here. What's going on, Ronan? You're muted.
Fucking after all this time doing this shit.
Yeah.
How you been, man? How you holding up?
Well, it's been a hellish week, but
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I got that super flu that's going around, but hey.
Hey man, but aliens, man.
Like, aliens, dude.
Don't worry about the redacted list.
You know what's funny? Like the meme of that dude with the crazy hair, aliens. He follows me on Twitter. Dude, this was like probably about 3 weeks ago. I see it and I'm like, wait, is that one guy? And sure enough, I click on the name. I'm like, holy shit, it's him. I forgot his name, but yeah, that aliens dude with the crazy hair follows me on Twitter. I don't know if he still does, but I was like, so random. I'm like, what the hell made him follow me on Twitter? Did I say something about aliens? Yeah, I'm like, what the? It was so random, but hey, I didn't mind it. I'm all about it.
Let it be.
Yeah. But yeah, I know. It's like it goes from like, yeah, let's, we'll release all this. And then all of a sudden it's like, now we'll start talking about aliens. It's like, oh, geez.
I shit you not. I think in the next few days, the press conference, someone's going to keep asking about the list.
They better.
And the administration would be like, wait a minute, what about aliens, y'all? Like, this is a big deal, right? Like, we found aliens. We found them. And then it's just like no, like
we've already been talking about aliens for a while. I mean, the whole
you're late.
thing,
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they've already basically admitted that there's already been alien stuff. So it's like, it's not really anything new. It's just like, yeah, we'll talk about it more, sure, and disclose whatever you want to disclose and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, but at the same time, everything's always just a distraction of the last thing. It's like, it's so freaking stupid. I was talking with my nephew last night when we were at dinner, and we were just like, you know, he was talking, he's gone down some rabbit holes, and everything's always just feels like it's a distraction of the last distraction. It's like, it just, they keep piling on, like, oh no, we're still talking about this. Well, what about this? And yeah, it's just, it's so ridiculous. And it just shows you that, I mean, again, you know, whether you're right or left, it doesn't matter what politicians or wherever. They're all cut from the same fucking cloth. I mean, they're all sleazy. They're all, you know, it's all ridiculous. You know, they're ridiculous in different ways, of course. But yeah, it's just all dumb.
It's wild how far the Kool-Aid was. Like, again, you're saying left or right. You know, obviously I lean more towards the liberal stuff and whatnot, but I'm like, even I'm looking at the right and be like, y'all want to keep going with this? Like, hey man, y'all, this is the ball's in your court. Y'all let me know when the music stops. And nope, people just want to keep pumping up stuff, and it's just like, well, yeah, not my fault.
Yeah, it's all weird, but we'll see what happens. But you know, William, what's happening?
I heard you had some computer issues. I can,
of course,
I can relate, especially were they computer issues or was it StreamYard issues?
No, it was computer issues. Right as I was setting things up, my computer just completely locked up where I couldn't do anything. Couldn't even I just let it sit there for a little bit, hoping it was just going to snap out of it, because sometimes it'll do that and just snap out of it. But it was completely I couldn't do anything. So then I had a force reboot, and then it started loading up, and then it rebooted again. And I went, oh, fuck, this thing might be done. I mean, obviously I yelled things, very bad words at it. Naturally, and I really wanted to do the Office Space, take a bat to it, but you just got to let it do its thing, and I finally booted up fully. But yeah, sometimes it takes. I just got to pull the trigger and buy a new. I've had this computer for almost 5 years now. I think I got it. I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Years and dog years
during COVID, right?
Yeah. Huh?
During the midst of COVID,
I got it when COVID first started. I remember, because that's when I first started doing Film Junkie Live. That's when I started doing that.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need a better computer, because I had a Mac before this, and it was already starting to bog down too. So I got this computer. So that had to be, that was 2020. So it was been 6 years, almost 6 years now.
Wow, dude, that's ancient. That's
why is this lasting this long? Yeah.
Yeah. So what happens is your programming, I mean, all this new programming comes up.
Yeah.
And it inundates your computer, and it's like you can't take it. So.
Yeah. So I've already been looking at other computers and everything that I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to have to pull the trigger on this one probably. So yeah, it's going to happen. I keep on saying that, but I keep on holding out. It's a big purchase. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. And I know I got to do it, but yeah, it's just, yeah. But then of course I'm like, once I do it, I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm not going to have problems for a while. It's like, that's going to be nice where I could just, this thing's going to be, the next computer is just going to be boom, boom, boom. Everything's going to just fire off and work to the way it's going to work. And yeah, so, but yeah, that's what happened. Especially I was like, oh, of course it's going to happen 15 minutes before I go live. Jesus Christ.
Live shows, y'all. Yeah. Even with the fancy gadgets we get, when it comes to live shows, you never know what the fuck is going to happen. It is a dread. It is a dread sometimes to do this stuff. But yeah, keep pushing on.
For sure. And then of course we have
Phil. Hey, Phil.
What's happening, Phil?
If you're really concerned about a new computer, you can start pricing out piece by piece. Matter of fact, if you really, I mean, if you really want to, I can do that for you. I did go to school for this.
Yeah, no, I got you, but it just seems like doing that's going to be just more of a it'd be more of a hassle. But I'd rather just get in one chunk.
That's fair. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Yeah, but I'm not. It's not so much I'm like worried about because I've already been looking at some and I'm like, all right, yeah, that's the hit I'll take and it's fine. It just when it comes to a big purchase like that, you always just delay it. And I'm like, well, my computer's acting fine now. But then all of a sudden, like when it freezes up like it did tonight, I'm like, why haven't I pulled the trigger yet?
Yeah,
right.
Like I have the money for it. I'm not saying like I'm not sitting around. I have to like start scraping and trying to figure it out. It's like I can do it, but it's just pulling the trigger and doing it. It's like because when you do it, you're like, oh god, that hurts. You just feel the sting. You're like, even though it's a good thing, and you're literally investing in yourself.
Yeah,
which is it's a good thing, and of course you write it off. You could write it off as a tax write-off because it's all that shit. So, but when you're doing it, when you finally do it, and you see that, you see the price tag, and it goes through, you're like, fuck. I'm eating ramen for fucking 2 months. For the
having the money and letting it go are two drastically different experiences.
Yeah, it really is. It's such a weird thing. And then all of a sudden it's like, because obviously I'm going to put it on a credit card, and then all of a sudden you just make the payments, and all of a sudden it's paid for, and like depending on how quickly you pay for it, which I think I just pay it pretty quickly, and then it's just like it's nothing. I don't know. It's such a psychological warfare that you have on yourself.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you guys coming on this Saturday. My God,
of course, no problemo.
Yeah, no, it's all good stuff. And then, like I said, I'm inviting the people who support the Patreon. So we got Mr. Eric Harbaugh Entertainment, who of course supports the Patreon. He's joining tonight. What's happening, man?
We
lost.
They got him.
Thanks for stopping by.
They got him.
Looked like there was a nuclear explosion behind him for a second. It was like a really bright light. I wonder if that's what.
Just start playing the soundtrack of Fallout.
That had to be taking up all the power in his house. That was really bright.
That was funny. That was pretty hilarious. Funny. That was funny. He was like, cheers, and boop, there it goes. And thank you, Skeptic, for the $2 super chat. Strike can ruin Spider-Man, Supergirl, press.
Can ruin everything, but hey.
Wait, strike can ruin. Wait, who?
He's talking about the WGA. They're getting closer to a strike, and what happened last time. But unfortunately, there's more than likely no way around this. And not only that, it's going to last a long time because of some of the issues that are involved. That some of them should have been solved during the last strike. But they just wanted to get it over with. But now this one, especially with the AI and the licensing and the intellectual properties. And all the the regulation, because the strike itself won't solve this. They can get to a point where they can come to a collective bargaining agreement, but Congress is going to have to solve this, like I said before, and there's going to have to be treaties because we do international trade with all manner of countries that this can become a liability. So this is going to be ugly if and it's not going to be solved just by a strike, even though that strike happened because of it.
Yeah. I know. God, I mean, that's another thing too. Is like when we got people like arguing about AI being good or AI being bad, like and then of course when you got stupid fandom wars that are happening when it comes to this technology, and I'm like, this is not, again, it's not the victory lap that you think it is. This thing's going to turn messy. I mean, you got to realize that it was at one point where it was like, okay, you're doing this. It's little tiny clips or whatever the hell. Okay, it's whatever. But then all of a sudden you're piecing together like full on clips. And then, I mean, as soon as that Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise thing went viral, I mean, people were like, holy shit, this is getting real, because now that looked like it was, it looked very, very, pristine.
That's lawsuit territory right there. That's a lawsuit there. And somebody's going to be made an example. Some jackass sitting at his computer thinking it's cute is going to be that Napster. He's going to be that jackass that gets lit up for a lot of money, and that person's going to get the brunt of all this going on, because they're going to make an example out of that person. Because if you look at the other side, like I said, if I created something, or if I created my own image and did my own career, and here you are, using my likenesses, I don't think I'm going to be cool with that. I don't think anybody should.
Yeah, no, I mean and that's again, like I remember, I saw that there might be a strike, and it could get really, really ugly. It's gonna be, it's something that should have already been in the works, but but I mean, with technology, I mean, it's all just crazy. But we're gonna invite on Mr. Tony Movie Chappie Neil. You've been
guys.
Hey, what's going on? Chappie.
Yeah, they call me Chappie. That's what they always call me.
Fountain of bad takes, Chappie. Some of the movies you defend, like I said, I know you have to stay behind that avatar because you cannot be doing some of those with a straight face. There's no way. Sorry, that's not happening.
Well, welcome, Chappie. Good to see you. I appreciate you joining, man.
So there's going to be another strike?
Well, that's what we were talking about when it comes to this AI stuff. That the fact that, because of how better it's gotten, and now it's like, all right, now it's getting to really scary territory. And these, people need to be protected, when it comes to themselves and everything. So, yeah, that's it.
So that in the industry too, because the industry, not the individual and the industry has to be protected to a point. Because if you're making movies and you're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into your movies, and the representation isn't what you intended to be, because Goofus, from his laptop is creating something like that, then that's going to hurt. That could hurt your marketing. How are you? You can only have one marketing campaign going on for a movie.
The fake trailers they make, I will never forget. Remember leading up to Fantastic Four, and someone was already making an AI trailer of like, oh, the Council of Reeds are gonna show up in this movie, and I just like, obviously I knew that was BS. And like, all right, that's AI, but like, people on TikTok, a lot of people like will believe this stuff in a heartbeat, and it's just like, what does that do when you want to sell a movie? Like
when it came to the Avengers Doomsday teasers, like when they leaked out, people were recreating them in full 4K with AI. And it was like, holy shit. Like, I mean, I remember it was specifically when it came to the first one, the Steve Rogers one.
With the baby.
Yeah. I remember, I was like, I literally was going through my feed, and I literally went, oh, they finally released it in 4K. And I went, oh no, this is recreated. They recreated. So yeah, I was like, holy crap, man.
And again, like you were saying, William, like I remember the last time for the strike, the one project that suffered, and I felt bad because we had been looking forward to it, is Ahsoka. Ahsoka could not market at all. Nobody, the crew couldn't talk about it. The cast couldn't talk about it. And it wasn't until afterward that people were bringing it up. And like I think someone said it, Spider-Man and Supergirl might be the first ones to get affected by it. And it's just like, man, oh man.
This time around, they can't do what they did last time.
Yeah.
They can't do what they did last time, because not only are you talking about money and delay and volume, depending on when you need to make this money back, dude, that costs doing an Academy Award or several Academy Awards. As good as Oppenheimer was, if Dune 2 had been released when it was supposed to be, it would have been a lot closer. I don't think Oppenheimer walked away with all that it did, except for Robert Downey Jr. I think he wins that one outright, no matter what. But Timothée Chalamet is a direct competition to Oppenheimer. I actually think between those two, Timothée Chalamet was better and could have won that award. So I don't think they're going to do that again, because you're going to go through a stretch and you're going to kill part of your golden goose. You're going to literally take your distribution out of your financial playbook, and who wants to do that again? So they may not have the press junkets, the elaborate press junkets, but I think they're just going to have other people promote those movies, because that last time sucked, man.
Oh yeah, it was. I don't know. It's all gonna be very interesting and everything like that. Hey Tony, so you have your so you have like a pretty good setup going on behind you. I noticed that when you turn your camera on.
Here, like it's kind of like my background up here when I go online.
That's cool. Yeah, I saw when you turn your camera on. I was like, man, you got like a whole shop right there.
I see the Watchmen poster from afar from here.
Yeah, we took a tour of that, didn't we? That last time we came, we took a tour of that. It's just There's still
Oh,
some.
did you do it on your? Yeah. He's got the
Watchmen, War of the
I'm making a list.
Yeah.
Some of those posters might need to end up in Vegas.
I like
Last
that.
Night in Soho. Nice.
Yeah.
You had some toys too, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, they got some toys
He's
way
got a whole
back there.
thing going on. Yeah. That's pretty sweet. I like
You're
it.
too far away for me to rob. So
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, I love it. But anyways, what else was that? What else happened?
James Cameron,
Huh?
getting on my bad side, man.
Oh yeah, because he's promoting
man. He is what you cannot argue against his resume as far as what he does and what he's really, really good at. Billions and billions of dollars, but man, what the fuck was he talking about?
He does this like every few years, right? Remember, it was the.
But he usually does so from a point of something. And then Mark Ruffalo had to get up and be the adult in the room on that one. I'm like, how what more do you want Sarandos and them to say that would be even more binding? They literally put out a playbook now of what they're going to do as far as theatrical releases. And you got one of the biggest names in Hollywood. I'm arguably the biggest name as far as producer director goes, getting on there and starting that after all this has been put out. And I'm like, oh, by the way, you got a stake in Paramount covering movies. I don't know if that makes sense.
And his friends, like one of his close friends, I think Guillermo del Toro just did a big movie with Netflix that is Oscar nominated. And it's like, the sale hasn't even concluded. You really want to like start poking the bear and stuff. And it's like, again, it was you know how to write female characters. It was the James Wan thing of like, let me know when you reach $2 billion or whatever he said that a few years ago. And it was just like, Uncle Jim, come on now, just put the joint down. Like come on.
Stop spreading all of these guys. Stop spreading the sky is falling over this. This is getting every other day. There's somebody that goes on, and then you got the people inside of Warner Brothers that said, if you sell it to Paramount, we'll walk because we know what they're going to do.
Then you got that.
What do you think of all of this? Like, none of this would have happened had Warner Brothers just stayed Warner Brothers. Like, why?
Yeah, that's what they should do too.
Yeah, I know. Why do they need to sell the company for the amount of time that they sold to AT&T, to Discovery, or God knows whoever back in the 90s, and then
AOL. You missed AOL, which started
AOL.
The answer to your question is you just answered your question because these people who put the money forth to buy this company at a $30 billion discount didn't buy it to hold onto it. They bought it to turn it over and get rid of it.
Yeah, that's what Zadzy Pants was all about. He was about flipping the fucking company, and sure enough, there he is. So Eric, are you good now?
Not going to hang on.
Hey Dave, how you doing? Yeah, I was trying to get on, but then suddenly suddenly both of my phones were going like system UI not responding. I'm like, seriously? Just when I'm getting on, it has like my phones are shorting on me and I have to refresh or something. But now I'm on.
Okay, you're good now. Yeah, we were wondering what was going on because you have like a light that's like
I think the UFOs are interfering with the signal.
The nuclear bomb was going off or something.
Yeah. Okay. Because I've been trying to do it because like I have like a light way back there, like trying to illuminate so it doesn't look like I'm in the dark. But then I have this other light right here, which for some reason is a lot brighter than it's supposed to be. But it's like my desk light, the green desk light.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, put that aside. I'm all right.
All right. Good. Well,
lens flare, man. J.J. Abrams shooting that shit.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so got myself some tea, and of course, what choice of tea? Well, it's none other than Jean-Luc Picard's tea of choice, tea Earl Grey.
Earl Grey?
Yeah. What is it called?
Earl Grey.
Yeah, Earl Grey.
Gotcha. Interesting. Well, thanks for joining, man. We're just talking about AI and how it's just getting crazy when it comes to all this.
Yeah.
So.
Future of Warner Brothers after all of this.
The future of Warner Brothers and stuff. So,
I mean, like, as far as like AI is concerned, look, as long as like artists, like especially in Hollywood, like come to terms with the fact that it's going to be a tool, and it's a tool that can be used for good, used well, or it can be used poorly, just like any other kind of animation or VFX or whatever. Just when it gets good, you can use it. Instead of, because there's a lot of panicking, like what does it mean, like the strike that we were talking about. It's Sean Astin. Basically, I'm pretty sure it's something along the lines of, "Hey, don't use these AI actors to replace us." Well, it's like, well, look, it's just a tool.
Spoken like a true savant, Eric.
Yeah,
I don't trust this in this day and age with said tools. Sometimes I'm like, it's the monkey with the wrench. It's just like I don't know. I really don't know.
Monkey's being too generous, Ronan.
That's true. My bad, Caesar.
Well, I mean, you got
to anyone who thinks that this isn't a serious problem, and if you really think that Sean Astin isn't going to take this seriously and it's just going to get swept under the rug, no, William's pretty much on point. If this does go through and they do another strike, it is going to be stupendously ugly because, like William said, it is going to be Napster 3.0, but on a much larger scale. Because now, again, to William's point, once Congress gets involved, it's going to be a fucking shit show, no matter what. Because with the current administration as it is, and how, depending on what the situation is, they're either going to drag their feet with it or they're going to fucking do something about it. I'm not honestly sure in regards to this situation, but we'll see what happens.
Probably the latter. The biggest problem
is probably right. It probably will be the latter.
Is there's a conflict of interest here also that's going to get borne out, and the public is going to have to see that conflict of interest to get pissed off and remove the power that conflict of interest will cause, because you have congressional and you have executive administration conflicts of interest, because the tech companies that stand to make money and contributions off of AI are going to have to be brought to the surface, to the point where, like, the last 4 years, this has become a problem more because it's been coming to the forefront, but it's not new. You have a lot of AI companies, a lot of overseas AI companies that have contributed to campaigns, that are part of the structure, that have people sitting on committees and stuff like that are going to have to be exposed to the point where it's like, okay, you can do your business dealing, but you got to look out for us first. If I'm your constituent and I'm losing jobs to this, or if I'm getting filming locations like Vegas or anything that in the supply chain, you got to look out for me too. We're gonna have to come to a middle ground. It's not, nobody's gonna get what they want, completely what they want, but there's gonna have to be a massive compromise where people both sides walk away with bloody noses and eyes, because there's billions on the line here.
Yeah, well, again, going back to the whole tools thing, I mean, we have seen, and a lot of people have pointed out, just how poorly CGI has been used, how it's been overused, right? What's one of the most commonly used examples, right? Like, just look at the effects of Jurassic Park, and then compare that to the overuse of CGI today, where everything looks fake.
Yeah. Well, I think the bigger problem here, other than that, because that's just quality control, is misrepresentation. So if I make a movie about you and I don't get your permission or anything else, and I use all the work that you put into making Eric, and I just decide I'm going to replicate you and do anything just because I can, then you lose out on revenue, and everybody who makes money off you, everybody you employ, gets screwed. So what you're saying is a quality control issue, which is going to get fixed out one way or another. But this is a point to where, like I said, Joe Average can type on his.
And as far as using someone's likeness, I think that's almost a given, that's going to lead to, look, you're going to need assigned permission to use someone's likeness.
And that's what we're getting at, is that's the biggest issue of this whole thing. I mean, when we're seeing, like, obviously, like I said, there's going to be somebody there's somebody right now that is, like, now just cooking up, like, trying to piece together an entire movie, and they're taking whole chunks of, like, of prompts that they've done, and they're going to piece them together, and their editor. And, we're already seeing that, and they're making, and it's like, it looks like shit. First off, there's things that just, some things might look cool, but there's most of it just looks like, just like your ass. And I mean, and that's why I said at the beginning of this too, is like, okay, it's like, we when it comes to stupid fandom fighting and cape shit stuff, it's like, okay, you're creating videos that is shitting on the creator of the universe, that what he gave us. Like, Zach, this is not what Zach want right here. And Zach has even said, he's even spoken, like, not highly, but he's supported AI as a tool in a certain way. We've heard him speak about it. Ben Affleck has also said the same things, but they are very smart about about utilizing it as a tool, but they're not saying like, oh yeah, just recreate just whole things out of nothing just because you can, just because you want to. You're still utilizing people's likeness. You're still utilizing trademarks. You're still utilizing so many things, and you're gonna get dive bombed. You're gonna lose. Like you're gonna get like all of a sudden a strike. You're gonna get a fucking, someone showing up, knocking on your door, and being like, "Hey, here you go. You've now been served," or something like that. It's gonna how messy it could get. It could get really ugly and it could just be from the guy who's just sitting behind his desk creating this stuff because he can.
Yeah, and on that note, I would argue, and I kind of mentioned this in the chat before, but I would argue that is one of many reasons why we're seeing just Henry Cavill's Superman in these AI videos, and we're not seeing much of David Cornset's, because the more you use the versions of the characters that are currently being used by the studio, the more likely you're going to get the copyright strike.
Well, you got to get shut down no matter what. You got to get
shut down, but if you're using a version that's not being used, that will essentially buy you time.
It shouldn't. Here's why.
It shouldn't, but it is. That's what's going on.
What's going to end up having to happen, though, and at the very minimum, is if you make some AI stuff, no matter what level it is and what version of the character you're using, you're going to have to blatantly put that it's AI. Something on there, just like you have the film junkie up on your upper right with the bottle. That's got to be on there because
it's got to be a watermark.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that you're taking out of the hands the company who created or owns that copyright the right to protect the perception of what they're making, and I don't think that's fair. That's why fan films. I know fan films are fun for people. A lot of people like fan films. I am not a fan of fan films at all. Simply because and it's not a knock against the people who do them, because some of them do great work. But once again, you're taking someone else's IP and going in a direction with it that company who owns that IP is not a part of.
Which is why just you're talking about fan films, which was why like there was that big crackdown on Star Trek fan films a few years ago.
Yeah, so, and Paramount.
So that's why I'm saying like the crackdown on this. Well, it is fairly inevitable that when the dust settles, it's going to be like, if you're going to use somebody's likeness, you're going to have to get official permission.
Yeah,
which is generally the case now. It's just that we have this technology that's pretty much accessible to any person who has a computer.
And I have no issues like because obviously what I like to obviously I bring people on here who are creating their own IPs, their own characters, their own comic books. If they want to utilize AI to make like live action versions of their characters, I'm like, cool. Just don't put an existing actor's face on it. Fine, create something, and you could create like little stuff like that. Fine, if you're in and you have like a specific idea of like, hey, you want to translate from page to like an actual video, perfectly okay. You knock yourself out, but now we're like, and I said this a while ago, I'm like, as the technology goes on, I mean, we're just going to get, like I said, somebody's going to attempt to try to make Zack Snyder Justice League 2 or the Batfleck movie, or like, Spider-Man 4, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4. I mean, we are getting that. And that's where you're crossing lines. It's like, it's one thing to do a 2-second little, hey, here's this. Oh, check that out. Cool. Now it's like they're now going to try to piece something together as a full fucking thing, and you can't do that.
I will say on that note, I mean, I'm sure you remember like all of the fan edits of Justice League that everyone was making before the Snyder Cut came out, especially the one that we're still waiting for to this day, the Black Suit edition. But again, like those are fan edits, but those were considered all right. As long as there was no profit intending to be gotten from them.
Well, no, because you also had poor management that didn't know their toes from their earlobes. If that company had been running properly, they would have fucking crushed that. And here's why you have to, and I hate to sound evil, is because, okay, What if somewhere down in your timetable, you want to tackle some of these things, but now you have the water polluted by something that wasn't up to your quality, something that wasn't up to your standards, and people are fickle. Now you've kind of turned the public sentiment away from something you never as a company got a shot to do. And that's why when it came to Paramount and all the stuff that they were doing, Paramount had the right to come out and really just completely step on that. And I thought they were a little bit nicer than they should have been, because you are allowing the perception of your IP on road that you may want to go down. You may want to tackle some of these things now, but here's some, jack off doing it in their own way. And then you have Joe Average who's like, I don't know the difference. Hey, this looks really good.
Well,
so,
William like that when they were going to screen the Joe Schumacher's cut from Batman Forever, and then Warner Bros. just completely canceled them. Not really canceled them, but kind of like
they shut it down.
They shut them down, and they okay. So that was something that's a different case right there, because they were going to show that cut. First of all, there was no legal permission. Whenever you show anyone's movie, any version of anyone's movie, you have to get what's called a public performance license. I get them all the time. And if you don't get that, you open yourself up to a $525,000 copyright infringement suit. And it's an open and shut case. There is no, Your Honor, I thought, no, because the due diligence is on you. So whenever you show any version of anybody's IP that you don't own, you have to get their permission to do that. And what they could have done, and I'm glad they didn't, is they could have just let them go ahead and do it, and then come in after the fact and said, damage is done, where's our $500,000? Because technically they don't own the copyright. You do not have the permission to publicly display someone else's IP. You have to get a license. I mean, I filled out tons of them. We do it every month. We do Rocky Horror. It's the same thing that person would have to do. Public performance license.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's like some people just like kind of just go around thinking that that movie theaters or anybody could just play no, there's a lot of things, a lot of the logistics that have to happen when it comes to all this stuff. It's like you can't just like go, hey, let's just play this right here. I mean, but yeah, no, that's someone else's shit. I mean, when I saw that happen, and then of course I see people react to it like fucking Warner Brothers, man, they won't allow them to play the Schumacher cut. It's like, no, there's a lot of stuff that you don't know that goes behind all this. You can't just do it, I mean, I'm sure like when Kevin Smith played it at his movie theater, did he get in a little trouble for that, or did he get full on permission?
No. So here's what happened with that. I can explain this exactly. So here's what happened. The reason Kevin Smith got away with it is because he didn't outright market and say, hey, we're playing the Schumacher cut.
Oh, that's right.
He danced around the idea that because of a conversation him and Bernard were having on an episode, either that episode or an episode prior, about watching the Schumacher cut, and someone had got him a flash drive with the Schumacher cut on it.
Yeah, I remember.
So then he was like, hey, whatever he calls his fans, he was like, hey, we're showing a movie that may or may not be a certain cut of a specific caped hero, right? He basically let people know without outright saying like, hey, we're watching this movie. And Warner Brothers at that point goes, his movie theater, he owns it. He can do whatever he wants. If he's showing a movie that we have no knowledge of, then hands are tied. That's why he can't go in and watch it.
He probably paid all the fees and all the stuff to be like, we're gonna play Batman Forever. But it just so happened that he took a version that somebody pieced together from the existing footage that is out there on. You could find all those deleted scenes, and because that's what it was. Somebody sent me a copy. I didn't watch it because I was like, why am I going to watch? I mean, I've already seen all the deleted scenes. I don't need them stitched together to the actual movie. But yeah, I did get sent a version, but I didn't. I was like, I'm not going to.
You weren't sent the print that Smith had, because Michael Uslan even talked about it too. How
that it got cleaned up.
There's a print, like him and Akiva Goldsmith have said, there's a working like cut A or print B or some shit, and that's what is considered at the moment the Schumacher cut, effectively.
Okay. And it probably wasn't that one. It was probably like a lesser. Because I know
you might have gotten the because there's a popular one that goes around called the Red Book edition. It's the closest.
Yeah, it probably was that.
The closest thing to the Schumacher cut on the internet that isn't, the Schumacher cut outright. I have a copy of it. I watched it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like again, it's like one of those things where he probably
in the industry as well.
he paid for the movie. He paid for the we can have Batman Forever, and then he decided to be like, well, we're going to show this version, and it's just so. Then Warner Brothers probably wasn't going to be like, oh, we're going to come down hard on you. But when it was marketed for that one over here in LA, they went, no, you can't just like market it and say like, hey, you're showing the Schumacher cut. Go ahead.
Yeah, because again, it's about like this idea of, are you going to make a profit out of this?
Yeah. Well, not even that. Okay, so the public performance license is for an uncontrolled at-large audience. So if I say I'm going to purchase a license to show this movie, and I start printing flyers and everything else, I'm inviting anybody who can buy a ticket to come in. So I am putting their IP out there for mass distribution, at least the knowledge thereof. If I'm in the industry and I own my own theater and I do something where I control the flow of the audience, I control who's there, and you probably make some calls on top of that, it's a big difference, because what this other guy is doing is something that if it were legal, a whole bunch of other guys can do. And now you have a cut. Listen, whether you like it or not, Warner Brothers has a right not to have that movie out there if they don't want that movie out there. That's the bottom line.
True.
So, but you got to follow those P's and Q's. And it's a long process. Hell, it could take it could take 2 or 3 months sometimes. The only time it really happens quick for us is when they're promoting a movie. Like when Warner Brothers says, we want you to show Kong Skull Island and we want you to show Godzilla King of the Monsters because we're promoting Godzilla versus Kong. Then it's a 2-second process. But when you're going to them, they want to know everything. They want to know how many seats you're going to go in. They're going to know what they want to know how much you're charging. Also, if you do a flyer, you have to send it to them. We have to get it cleared from them.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of stuff that you got to go. I feel bad for those guys because it didn't seem like they were doing something out of malice. It just, there was an information chain there that somebody said something that wasn't, technically true, and they shut them down, and they had every legal right to do so.
And then it hits the internet, and then people fans just start like going, Jesus Christ, and they start pushing back, and it's like, guys, you got to start reacting like a fan and start realizing that there's a whole business behind this kind of stuff. Like when I saw that happening, and it's like, dude, you guys are reacting, and then you're just going like typical Warner Brothers. They don't want you to see, and it's like, stop it. It's just like when I see people, and I would very much love it if Warner Brothers would just release Zack Snyder's Justice League in IMAX theaters all around. But you know how much money that is and how much shit that they have to go through to even make that possible. And they're not going to do it if they don't see profit behind it. And that's the thing. Like as much as Phil and I and, anybody else that's in the chat or whatever the fuck, we were lucky enough to see it in IMAX at Full Circle. We were lucky enough to see it. And it sucks that there's not more people that got to see it like that. But at the same time, it's like when people just like, Warner Brothers should just do it. It's like, no, they're not going to just do it. There's so many things that they have to, behind it to, and maybe there could be like maybe in LA and in New York, they could do like a 1 weekend thing. That's about it. But if they don't see unless they saw like a huge response of people going like, we want to see this movie, and it's like, no, you're just not going to get that now. Maybe at one point you could have, when it was like the height of the Snyder Cut movement, you probably could have did something, but now we are literally coming up on the 5-year anniversary, and it's not going to be like that anymore. But
also keep in mind when we went and saw that movie, it was also for charity.
It was also for charity. Yeah. It was
everything was thing. Like to William's point, everything was already predetermined, planned out.
And it was one screening, and it was like, okay, and obviously, Zach was on here and he praised Abdi and DeLuca for helping out get that thing going, and it was like, so it was, it's a whole different thing. You can't just
SnyderCon, was it a lot of fun?
What was that?
I should have been there at SnyderCon. Was it a lot of fun?
It was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun. It was a very fun weekend. It was surreal, obviously, that whole thing. Because I went to the first SnyderCon in 2019, and I only went one night to go see Batman vs Superman, and of course being there that night, that was crazy. But then this was the entire weekend, saw all 3 of the movies. And it was a ton of fun, Obviously got to meet Phil in real life for the first time. We had a lot of fun. And got to, maybe it was just that whole, it was surreal, especially when, I'm sitting there with Zach commentating the fucking, first.
You remember when we went to Duncan and ran into Ben Affleck and Matt Damon?
What's that?
Do you remember when we went to Duncan and ran into Ben Affleck
Yes.
and Matt Damon?
But
happened. Yes.
No. When we first got there, Scott's flight got delayed, something fierce. So we went. It was me, David, and Jason picked up Scott at
Fear Jason, by the way. The guy
he's in the chat. Is he in the chat? Yeah, he should be.
He was earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was at like 7, 8 a.m. in the morning, and Scott just wearily trounces out of LAX, and we're like, "It's okay, buddy." So the first thing we do is we go get this man some Dunkin'.
So because we all got there the night before. Like I got there, Steven and I got there first, and then Joey showed up, and then you guys showed up late because they were already in bed, and I was still awake, and you guys showed up. And then the next day, like Scott went through it. Like he got delayed, his flight got delayed. He had to sleep in, I think it was at the Atlanta airport. I think he said, and he had to sleep for like 4 hours because it got delayed. And then we picked him up in the morning. We had to fight through LA traffic, which was so much fun to go there. But he'd only had like barely any food, so we're like, all right, let's pull up to this Dunkin' Donuts and get some breakfast sandwiches for him and stuff. So, but it was. What's that?
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon, they were there at the.
No, we're just joking. We're just joking.
I was like, no fucking way.
The joke was cool. That Ben and Matt have done a whole bunch of like Dunkin' commercials.
We're joking. It would have been sweet if that were to happen.
Affleck was there on Sunday. That was
he did.
I was
show
gonna say
up
that makes sense. Because I remember seeing those photos.
Yeah, that was cool because we caught word of it. We caught word that Affleck was actually going to be there before, because there was like little whispers within the immediate Snyder like circle, and it's not like we were talking to Zach directly, even though we were like chatting with him a little bit, but within the circle that he like associated with, they were like, oh yeah, Affleck actually might show up. And we already kind of knew that Fisher was going to show up, like Ray was going to show up. We kind of figured that already. But it was really cool that, and we knew that Ray Porter, obviously he was, I think
the funniest thing was like in real time being in Pasadena and watching the Goon Squad like try and say it wasn't Affleck, it was another person from the movie, and like just in real time, like watching them just try and spin the shit online, and they're just quote tweeting it and be like, wrong. Like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, be quiet. That shit was funny.
That's always funny when they try to do stuff like that.
I saw a clip of it online, and someone actually asked tonight about he was going to adapt one of Jeff Johns' comics. Was it like in the Watchmen storyline? What was it?
Oh yeah, it was
Doomsday Clock.
Yeah,
Doomsday Clock. Yeah.
That's where DJ did the mic drop.
Yeah.
That was so fantastic because Phil and I were sitting next to each other, and we both just like shot up like we were at a rock concert. Everybody did. It was like the whole room just lit up when DJ was like, wait, Doomsday Clock. Who wrote that again? And they're like, Jeff Johns. And then he just went, nah. And he just dropped his mic and walked off. And then so did Damon Caro, followed him and shit. And it was just like, and Zach was just like sitting there and he just started laughing. And I remember that was the night that we actually went through the line to get like our stuff signed by Zach and everybody. And when I approached, it was like, Zach, like I looked at Zach, I was like, DJ, and Zach looked at me, he's like, he's just a crazy motherfucker. He's just like crazy motherfucker,
And was that where you got your intro? From him signing, like him saying hello? Was that where you got your intro when he was doing the signing?
The intro, my intro for my channel?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was actually from 2019.
That was the earlier one. Okay.
Yeah, that was the earlier one. So so like it's still there because I'm like, why not? But yeah, if you go to my channel and you see like, he goes like, hey, I'm Zack Snyder, we're watching the Film Junkie. That was from 2019. Yeah. So, but
I found it so funny that like we clown that dude in the ball cap on a regular, And there's still some people who come into your comments and they're like, "Oh, I don't know, he's not that bad." I'm like,
okay. Yeah, but then lest we forget, Jose was like, lest we forget, Jose was saying the exact same thing about Emmerich. So it's not like that's rare.
What?
I think Toby Emmerich's kind of was, but I've heard from people who actually worked with Jeff Johns, and they said he wasn't really the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah,
I mean, sure
he's got a big. He had a big head. You know, from what I gathered, he let the success. He wanted to be Kevin Feige.
Yeah,
and he thought that he could be Kevin Feige, and it's just but at the same time, it's like, there's some people that just. And again, I could still appreciate some of the books that he's done in the past and whatever the hell. I could still do that, sure. But at the same time, when I hear the stuff, when I hear it directly from the tap, from the source, because I might have been told some things where I was like, Jesus Christ, where it's like, hey, come on. That's where I just go, I'm never going to respect that guy again. And he deserved to be out like he was.
And it's sad because we remember, like, he was like working with Zach and Jim Lee when they were hammering out the old outline.
He worked with Ben Affleck on the Batman script.
Yeah, that too. But then when he got promoted to head of the DC films department or whatever, then he started getting too big for his britches.
Yeah.
It was him and John Berg. It was those two guys that kind of.
Yeah, John Berg was. Yeah, it was partly John
Berg was nothing more than a yes man.
Yeah, he's pretty much that. And it's just it sucks.
Guys,
it's kind of like reminding me, like, I've been looking for a bit. I've been looking at the history of like what was going on with the Walt Disney Company, and there's been this like long debate over Michael Eisner about how the last years of Michael Eisner led to his downfall. And there's been this debate lately over whether or not that was all overrated, where he was actually a good leader to the end, and maybe he should come back and yada yada yada. But the thing is, at some point, he got kind of paranoid, where he wasn't really trusting anybody who would like basically give him like any criticism or whatever. And it got to the point where he appointed Bob Iger in 2000 to be his second in command, and because Bob Iger was a yes man. Yeah. So of course, like when he was like kicked out in 2004, he was the one who pushed for Bob Iger to be his replacement. Contrary, because a lot of people were blaming Roy Disney for it. It's like, no, Roy didn't like Bob Iger either, because Roy Disney was saying, hey, Bob Iger's a yes man.
Yeah.
So make what you will of that.
Right now.
I've been watching his interviews with Graham Bissinger, which I found them intriguing. He was like flat out, especially with now how it's subsidized. Like, I don't agree with them overpricing the hell out of the theme park tickets.
Yeah, and then, the interview with Michael Eisner, right?
Yeah, and then he was like, and I initially I didn't realize. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. He was one of the first few who like defended Jimmy, and they were like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, this is nonsense. Don't get missed in the mud. And like, you see how he talked about the architecture. It's a fascinating thing to follow with him before the whole Bob Iger era.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I loved that interview, but one thing that a lot of people who were pointing to that interview and saying, see, he's criticizing Iger, what they all seemed to be missing was he was also saying in that interview, he added almost immediately as a disclaimer, and by the way, like, I love what Iger's doing. Like, while I disagree with these decisions, he's still running it very well. And he even suggested that he was a better second in command than Frank Wells, who, for those of you who don't know, Frank Wells was his original second in command until 1994 or 1994, whatever, when he died the helicopter crash. And he's universally agreed to be like the two of them together were the ones that brought Disney back when it was struggling. But he was saying, but in the interview he was saying, oh well, this was his quote: Iger, he did like all Frank did and more. And I'm watching this and I'm like, really, dude? You really? Yeah. But again, Iger was a yes man to him, and he loved that.
Yeah.
Disney has always had those weird times where they're doing very well, and then they hit the really woes like in the 90s, they had this really big resurgence, like the Renaissance, and then in the 2000s, they kind of went a little bit downhill, and then in the 2010 era, they were kind of shooting up again.
They kind of do this,
now in the 2020s, they're kind of been downhill, and it's kind of weird.
Yeah, and hopefully we, because Iger's stepping down, right?
Yeah, and Josh D'Amaro,
his follow-up.
Josh D'Amaro, who's the theme park guy, he's now going to be the going to be the CEO, and the woman Dana Walden, I think her name is, but she's the movie person, and she's going to be his second in command.
Okay. Hopefully that can, obviously they need a little course correction for sure.
It's not a second in command thing. They co-run Disney.
Not necessarily. There was a discussion about it, but what it is she's going to be president of Disney. He's going to be the CEO, which and a lot of people say it is analogous to the 1-2 like a team of Bob Iger and Frank Wells. Okay. No, sorry, not Bob Iger, Michael Eisner and Frank Wells.
Okay. Interesting. Well, hopefully it works out. Like I said, if they could put the right pieces in place, and I think they got over their skis when it came to too many live action adaptations.
Yeah.
And some of them just weren't done well at all.
The first phase was pretty good, and then after Lion King, they kind of went downhill.
It started getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
And then they started bringing in like actual really good directors. I hate the fact that the Dumbo movie was like probably the worst box office flop of all of them, because I thought that was the best one, because I was like, this feels like a Tim Burton movie.
The best one was actually Aladdin.
Aladdin was decent too, but even I felt like they kind of when it came to Guy Ritchie not doing Guy Ritchie-isms. I think that, but then again, maybe he didn't want to be so he didn't want to do so many Guy Ritchie-isms, because I know, like, even when it comes to some of his other movies that he's done recently, he does kind of strive away from what makes Guy Ritchie. And I get that. Even when you're a filmmaker, you don't want to always do the same things over and over again. You want to try different things. It's just I think like with somebody like me who likes Guy Ritchie because I watched Snatch, I watched Lock, Stock, Two Smoke. It's just like you want to see those certain Guy Ritchie-isms and everything. So, but we got Taladia joining. What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Sorry I'm a little bit late. I had internet problems. Plus, I'm fasting as well because it's the Ramadan as well. So.
Oh, that's right. You're doing that.
No excuses.
That's one of those fun things, because like Ramadan's happening at the same time as Lent, and I was like, wow, you gotta love that parallel.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things happening when it comes to the religious stuff. So,
no,
I appreciate you joining, man.
No problem.
Yeah, we're just talking, crazy stuff. I don't know. We're moving from AI to talking about leaders of companies and studios and where it's all headed.
Do you always believe the fact that like studio heads are always the burden of jokes?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are. It's never not gonna. It's so funny too, because like over the years, like especially being in the Snyder fandom, there's always like, oh, so and so is coming in, and then everybody goes, oh, this person's gonna be they're gonna be the person, and like I don't know how many times that's happened, and then it just ends up not being the person. The person that helped get the Snyder cut out was what's his name?
Jason Kilar?
Yeah, Jason Kilar. Yeah, he's the one that. We have him to thank the most, because he was the one that was like, we need some shit. The pandemic hit. We need some streaming stuff. Everybody's been talking about the Snyder Cut. Let's throw some money at the Snyder Cut. And it worked out. It was a good investment, because
it just sucks that they got rid of him so quickly, though, after the day and date.
Yeah, what's he doing now? What's Kilar doing now?
The company, they didn't get rid of him. The company sold. His position disappeared.
Because it was like AT&T. That was when it was AT&T. Yeah.
Well, where's Kilar now? He's not still at Warner Brothers, is he?
No,
I think he went back to Hulu or Amazon with hundreds of millions of dollars.
He made his nut. He made his nut.
And he's young enough to take on another job if he wants to. He's fine.
Yeah,
but at the same time, it's like I did not blame that. I mean, when it came to the day and date, I actually was like. I mean, I get why
I think it affected feeders a little bit. I think that was probably not the smartest idea.
Some of those bombs didn't make it into the theater to fuck people over? No. Because some of those movies... No, okay, list those movies. Most of those movies...
Mortal Kombat, Suicide Squad, and
Wonder Woman
and
84?
Kong vs. Godzilla, and there was one Android Joey movie that came out, and then there was
Two of those movies.
Dune was another one.
Two of those movies, you just named one, had a shot at doing really, really well. All those other movies were borderline movies that they weren't going to do themselves any favor by sitting on them. I mean, none of those movies were Top Gun Maverick.
Yeah.
So what were they gaining by sitting on Mortal Kombat, or let me vomit in my mouth, The Matrix Resurrection?
Oh,
I'm going to say that decision.
It was a lot better than people get.
Tell us how you really feel, William.
I saw
considering how much money
in the theaters. I still saw Matrix.
Resurrection.
There was.
Yeah,
I saw in the movie theater.
Sequel.
Yeah,
I think.
I mean, I was considering
outside of the first movie.
And I'm not a big Matrix fan. And I was like, the first part, I was like, oh, this is intriguing. This is very meta. I'm like, okay.
I didn't hate it. I thought.
And then we get to the fighting sequences, and I was like,
yeah.
I remember the old
how
movies. Had this thing to it, and I just saw this, and I'm like, I was getting PTSD to like Iron Fist fight sequence, and I was just like, oh no.
Yeah, I've never been a big Matrix fan either. Weirdly enough, I've always preferred Equilibrium with Christian Bale over that movie.
Matrix Light, okay.
Yeah, but like considering how much money every single Fast and Furious movie makes, even though everybody knows they're slop, I'm not too convinced that Matrix wouldn't have made too much money, because again, it's like for the same reason, it's the nostalgia bait. People love the franchise. They would check it out.
Okay, awful Fast and Furious built up to that nonsense and is consistent. What you released with Resurrection was not consistent with that. And like I said, time and place. There's a time and a place for everything. And Matrix had its time and place.
See, I love the Matrix franchise. It's one of my favorite franchises. I defend the sequels when other people don't. I think Reloaded is like it. I think Reloaded is superior to the first film when it comes to certain things. The first film is still iconic and the best, but I mean, like, when you look at the fighting from the first film into the second film, it is far more superior. You can't even deny that, because you literally in the first film you see Keanu Reeves twice push against the cables as he's doing a backflip. Like, it's sad that there was like, man, you guys really let that pass, where you literally can see him pushing against the fucking cables. And then when it comes to like him at the wire work in Reloaded, it's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon shit. So like I can recognize like where it's superior. Of course, the first one's just it's iconic and everything like that. But when it comes to Resurrection, it's like I see what they were trying to do. Did it fully hit? No. Was it good enough for a Matrix nerd like me where I can enjoy it? Yes. But
at least maybe the ending that I wanted was him and Trinity together. So that was at least that.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
All film is subjective. All film is
subjective. Reloaded, by the way, has one of my like favorite sequences in the whole franchise. It's the one where like Smith returns, and it's like the multiple Smiths, and like the speech that he gives, and then the fighting, and then the whole me too. I love that gag. Like that sequence is one of my favorites in the whole franchise. But yeah, the first is the best. But yeah, it is one of my favorite moments.
Yeah, it was so funny too. Going back to the whole AI thing, like when it came to Seedance, I saw people on Twitter. They said like, "Hey, I wanted to run an experiment and so they basically put like the first frame of the multiple Smith and Neo fight. They put the first frame into the Seedance 2.0 to see what it would generate and see how close it would be to the actual movie." And it was pretty close, like even down to the music. And I'm like, yeah, because that's what AI does. This is exactly what Ben Affleck explained, like he said on the Rogan podcast, is like, it's not just like trying to create something from scratch. It is going around the internet and just bringing in whatever is already out there and then presenting it to you. And it's like, yeah, that's why when you see, it's not like a one-to-one exact copy, but it was very similar to of like, oh yeah, it recreated almost what the movie actually is because it knows what the movie is and is taking it with that, but it's not fully. It was kind of like interesting. I was like, oh, okay, I like that. I like when people run little experiments like that to see what it's going to produce.
What can you see the potentials of movie theaters in the future?
They're all going to be They're all going to be like theme parks, like what fucking
Moscow City.
Yeah.
And why do you think that like movie theaters have been struggling lately, especially with the movies that have been going around that have not been doing so well?
I think it's just because everything's too expensive. Everything's too expensive, and like I said, it's been like this for a bit. Obviously, even before the pandemic. But now it's. I mean, someone like me who's not married with family and stuff. It's not, you have to pick and choose if you're going to do that. Yeah. But at the same time, I know when people say that, I always look at Scott. Scott, he's a family man. He's got 3 boys. He's got a wife. He still finds time to go to the movies every week, pretty much. Yeah. But if you're going to take the whole family, it is going to be over $100 no matter what. I mean,
and of course, it doesn't help that there's been like for years now this growing thing where it's like those of us that go to the theater wanting to see a movie have to deal with all these schmucks who are checking their phones with a big light showing up in their face. Yeah.
And then they get there late. I
was gonna say when I saw F1, I had 2 people behind me got into a fight for the movie.
I get my money back.
Yeah, because one of them was on their phone and they were talking, and the other guy got pissed off about it, so they got into this big fight and had to get security.
Yeah, I can't remember what movie I was watching. I can't remember what movie it was, but I think it was last year. I had this dude next to me who like broke his leg. He like came in on crutches. He was on his phone probably 80% of the movie, and it was distracting because I could see it in the corner of my eye. I mean, he had his screen at least dimmed, but I could still feel it, and I'm like, fuck. And it wasn't until like the last 20 minutes of the movie. I can't remember what fucking movie it was, but it was. Then all of a sudden, he finally was like, he didn't pull his phone out, and I'm like, God damn! But I just couldn't believe it. Like, dude, I was like, what are you doing? Yeah, it's like ridiculous.
The worst part is when someone brings a baby in.
Oh God!
Oh yeah!
Don't get me started. Especially if it's if it's an adult movie, it's not like it's for kids. Good God, get the hell out! I remember when I saw Deadpool with my buddy. A couple came in with a stroller, and I went, "Are you kidding?" We were like, "Are you kidding me? You're bringing in an infant to Deadpool?" I mean, we couldn't believe it. And then, of course, they left like 20 minutes out. Of course.
One of the worst theater experiences I ever had was last year because I got the double whammy of shithead couple on their fucking phone and crying baby. Jurassic World Rebirth. Oh my God!
Oh God!
I go and sit down and I'm like eating my popcorn. And 5 minutes before the fucking movie starts, this couple comes in. They're fucking off on their phone the whole fucking time through the opening trailers. I'm like, all right, hopefully they put their phone away. First 20 minutes of the movie, like, you fucking dipshit. Then this asswipe has the audacity to answer his motherfucking phone.
Oh God!
And I looked at him. I was like, really, dude? And he's like, what? Fuck you. I said, no, fuck you. Go answer in the fucking lobby, asshole.
Yeah. It's like,
he's like getting up, and I was like, no, man, I'm not even gonna fucking deal with this. I jump out of my chair, I go forward like 4 or 5 rows, and I just sit and I lean up and I'm watching this movie. 10 minutes later, a baby starts fucking crying, and it's right as the Mosasaurus is chasing the fucking boat. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to enjoy this movie. Fuck this movie. Fuck these people. And the movie was also, to top it off, the movie was dog water because that movie was awful. It was rushed. It shouldn't have been made. And my God, Gareth Edwards, I have seen you do better, but my God, that movie was just abysmal.
I remember when we were talking about.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, I remember when we were talking about it on on the Patreon stream just after it came out, where I was saying, look, the best parts of the movie are the parts that don't have any dialogue, and it was nothing but Gareth Edwards' direction. Like the scene where the guy, he's like where the young guy, he's like it's at night and he's got to go take a piss, and then like there's all this like fighting of the dinosaurs right behind him, and he's like frozen in place. He's like and he knows what's going on. He can't turn. He's got to freeze in place. Like, that was a great moment, but again, no dialogue. It was nothing but Gareth Edwards' direction. But that just goes to show. But again, you spend how much money, like depending on where you are in the US, like 10, 15, 20, maybe $30 to what? Check your phone in a dark room?
Yeah,
Why?
I know.
Why don't they
I
not
don't
get employees to help like stop that? You know.
I know that
Yeah.
they should, there should be more enforcement, but you know,
That's when you know the quality of the theater, because there are certain theaters that will throw you out.
will
and
do
won't
that,
let you back
Yes.
but I almost
That is why no one goes to goes to the theaters anymore, because they don't enforce those rules.
There's that too.
And then, like, when I went to go throw away my trash, I'm literally going to throw it, and the fucking theater dipshit literally moves the trash can away from me. I looked at him, and I was like, oh, okay, fuck me, right? And he goes, what? I go, fuck you, dude. And I just walk out, throw my trash in the bin.
I'm almost a little bit envious of those kind of people. Like, how could you just be like in your own little world? Like, how are you like that? Like, I could never be like that. I have such theater etiquette where I'm just like, I get that. I hate it when I show up before, like, you know, the trailers start, before the lights go down. I hate that. And then of course you get people that are always showing up like 20 minutes in with their big box of everything, and they're walking, and it's like, what are you doing? What are we doing here?
Hands down, the best theater experience I had last year wasn't even a new movie. It was Revenge of the Sith.
Oh yeah, because people are there specifically to be like, oh, we're here for this.
Yeah. They knew as soon as even before Lucasfilm came on the screen, people were like, phone away. They fucking know. People know. Star Wars fans, the good ones, I should say. Star Wars fans know what the fuck's up when it comes to watching a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Average, kiss my ass.
But when I saw The Force Awakens, this is a funny story. Some couple brought their baby inside the theater, and once the credits started a little bit, the baby started crying, and then the entire audience kind of like they just started yelling, like, "Get that fucking baby out!" Out here, they were like throwing their food and like throwing their popcorn at the couple, and they had to like grab their popcorn, like just leave. I felt so bad for them.
If you are parents that bring an infant to a movie, you are selfish as all fucking hell. And it's like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, I cannot believe people actually do that. And it's funny too, because when I went and saw Iron Lung, okay, this is the Markiplier movie, you know.
This is everything that Chris Stuckman wanted Shelby Oaks to be.
Pretty much. And it was like, so when I saw that on a Saturday night by myself, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go check out this movie because I'm intrigued by the story behind it. I went in there, and there was like a group of younger people, you know, probably just, you know, in their early 20s, and they were being rowdy at first, and I went, fuck, here we go. I'm because they're here because they know about this YouTuber. I'm like, god damn it. As soon as the movie started, quiet. And I was like, thank God, because I thought they were going to be rowdy the whole time. Nope. They shut the fuck up, watched the entire movie, and then applauded at the end. And I was like,
yeah.
God. I was worried. I was like, oh, but they were fucking awesome. Like, thank you. Oh man,
that's cool.
Yeah.
How was the movie?
Yeah. That movie was. I recommend it when it comes out on streaming. I recommend it if you
made like $50 million. Like it's making a bunch of money.
If you like a real-time movie where it's just one character in one little scenario in one location, and it's exactly that. I never played the game. It's based off a video game, but it is a fucking fever dream of a weird fucking movie. And you know, I enjoyed it. I thought it was.
I know he put up his own money for it, so I'm like,
oh yeah, he did everything.
Yeah,
he did everything. I mean, the fact that he distributed himself, there is no studio that was backing this movie. Now he's like it cost $2 million, $3 million.
$3 million, and it's made about $50 million.
It almost made like 35 to 40, whatever. Now he like any streaming platform is going to pay top dollar for that thing.
Yep,
you know. So he's going to make even more money. He's already made like 5-6x his fucking, you know, budget, and then every streamer is probably going to be like, "Hey, we'll get it, we'll get it." And they're going to throw money at him too.
He just set himself up for life.
Oh,
that.
Yeah. He took a gamble on himself, and he fucking paid off.
Yeah. Chris Stuckman, take notes. I'm just saying. Look.
Yeah, but Stuckman had a different kind of. I mean, it was different with Stuckman, because he had more of an original idea, but he had a I don't know. I think Stuckman. I don't know.
He had a bunch of yes men around him. That was probably why.
He had the backing of Mike Flanagan. Yeah,
which is cool. Yeah. But when you get a more budget and all you do is just add more gore,
yeah.
Yeah,
and that's the thing is when Shelby Oaks, it was a good concept, and I was with it for the first 2 acts, but the third act fell apart. He did not stick the landing, and you could tell that they did the reshoots, and I was like going, oh man, you really had something here, and you just didn't. I mean, the third act started falling apart, and that's what sucked. Because I like Stuckman, I've been watching.
He gets a lot of hate, but I enjoy him too.
He does, But I was like, but when it came to Markiplier was just like, I'm making this, and I have this money to do it. It was very easy because, like I said, it's just him inside this vessel. So he had the advantage of just having really just one location and a lot of blood.
That's the difference, right? That's the difference between having a concept and having a vision.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So I think that's what I mean. I even liken it to and I was explaining this. I probably said this on Film Junkie Live or something like that. I probably even said it on here. I think I even explained this to somebody in real life. What the Iron Lung reminded me of is when James Wan and Lee Whannell created Saw. When they did Saw, they were like, how do we make a low budget movie that's not going to cost much, and then we could do something with? We just have to keep it in one location. So that's why when you watch Saw, it's just in that bathroom. Mainly, of course, there's the Danny Glover stuff, but there's not much outside. Majority of the movie is in one location. So you keep that budget low, and as long as you write a compelling, really good story behind it, people are going to flock to go see it, and then you're going to make your money back in the opening weekend. And I'm like, that's exactly what this is. I mean, that was in the early 2000s. That was before the internet. So they James Wan and Lee Whannell already had that concept of how do we do something and pitch to a studio to give us just a little bit of money. Oh, let's keep it in one location. And Iron Lung is literally one location the entire time, so you could keep that budget super low. It pays off. I mean, if you could write an entire story around one location, it could pay off.
Yeah, like Clerks, Reservoir Dogs.
Shelby Oaks was like an entire town where it was all over the place, and then it was that prison and shit like that. So I mean, there had to be like multiple locations in that place. So that didn't help. Yeah, what were you gonna say, Eric?
Yeah, I was just saying, like Clerks, Reservoir Dogs, all these movies that you could only have like a couple of locations.
Yeah, you're right. That just same with that. Clerks, I remember when Kevin Smith was talking about the commentary. I mean, they shot Clerks, and the reason why the whole gag of the fact that they couldn't open the shutters because they jammed gum in it. Kevin Smith came up with that concept because they shot everything at night, so they always had to have the shutters down. So then he came up with the concept of we're gonna have it where these townies jammed gum in the lock, so he can't he can't open up the shutter. So then they put that sound, I assure you we're open. But that helped because then they could shoot all night, and it would be you can't see the daylight outside, except for, they had a couple scenes out, in the daylight. But again, I mean, that's just good filmmaking, innovative,
Wow, he was still working there. And they just I give kudos to them that time with that film. Like, man, it still holds up.
You just love those kind of stories where they bet on themselves and it ends up
really
working.
Inspiring.
Huh?
Oh yeah.
But I said it's really inspiring. That's kind of like Walkie. How Stone made Walkie, how he basically wouldn't sell the script unless he starred in it.
Yep. Yeah. No, you love to hear those stories because I'm sure that happens a lot where, like you're saying, when it came to So no, I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to totally just, I could sell this, but I'm not going to do that. I could sell this and just make the money and whatever, but no, I'm going to bet on myself, And I think when it comes to Iron Lung and Markiplier, I hope more. I mean, I know there was those two that duo directing those guys that did like the
Vodka Flocka, whatever the name is. Yeah,
the ones with the hand.
Talk to me. Yeah.
Talk to me. Yeah, they're YouTubers.
Yeah, Talk to me, and they have another movie that coming. They were supposed to do the Street Fighter movie, right?
Yeah, I know.
And then they had to drop out, and I'm like, good. I mean, good on them. They've actually done it right, Like again, and nothing against Chris Stuckman, but sadly, it just he didn't do it right. I think if he went smaller with what he wanted to do, if he just like kind of went smaller and kind of went a little bit more, I don't know. Like he went
to have a co-writer with him.
I think he went too much where it was like, I want to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna have this prison location, this whole town, and then this like this. Like he should have had that maybe in the back of his mind for later. But I think it was like there was just too much, and it just, I don't know, it just didn't. I wish it would have worked out for Stuckman, but at the same time, it just like I think he was too big. He was too big with his first movie. I don't know. I don't know if that movie would have ever been saved or not, but
that's why I love A24. Like to me, the film that always sticks to me, I'm like, oh, I need to do something not like the same genre thing, but like use the space and just simplistic, especially for a first film. Ex Machina. That movie. It is literally inside a house, and each room, each room is like freakier than the other room, and it's just like,
you have a couple
don't
of
go to the
sets.
kitchen,
a couple of sets. You have 4 actors? That's about it. You have just 4 actors. Obviously you have to establish it, so you have like that they have to, but other than that, it's just the 4 actors. Which is Oscar Isaac, what's
Alicia Vikander, Domhnall Gleeson.
Yeah, and then of course Alicia Vikander. Yeah, and then So
and you have the Japanese lady, I forgot her name, but she's great.
Her. So I mean, like you only have,
she's great with her.
and then that's why you can spend most of your money on the visual effects, and that's why the visual effects of her when she's like not all pieced together with all the skin, it looks flawless because they were able to like concentrate on that because they didn't have to worry about budget when it came to the rest of the movie. And that's why that movie is just that movie's what 2014
15.
15. So it's 11 years old. I think it looks better than most movies now. Crazy. It's crazy.
But again, it shows like even Alex Garland, like he was always like small budget. That Annihilation. I think Men also had a low budget, and then you see Men. Oh, dude, I love Men, but it's true.
Say that again.
It's a trip.
No, I remember walking.
I love Men. I love women.
I know.
I love Dick Grayson.
There you go. But then you see him swing with Civil War, and it's like that movie. Like I don't think it's still a lot of money, but like it looks double what you would think.
Yeah, I know. No, he does a good job. No, when I walked out of Men, man, I was like going, all right, it's one of those movies where you go, I don't need I know that sounded funny. I know.
It's gonna sound funny no matter who says it, bro.
Yeah. That's the thing is like the title of that movie, it just makes it for a funny conversation. I walked out of Men.
So can Alex Garland please make a sequel like Men vs. Bear, like Men v. Bear, just to like appease that side of the internet? That'd be hilarious.
That would be funny. But when I walked out of that, I went, holy shit! Like what the? It was one of those where I went.
Spoilers. The bear wins.
I remember. I told my ex, because she's not. She wouldn't show up. She wouldn't watch every movie with me, and I knew I was like, you're probably not going to want to watch this.
Is the one I'm thinking of?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And I remember telling her, I was like, I posted my first reaction, and she always was like, I'll watch your first reaction. And then I remember I posted it, and then she texted me, and she goes, so not for me, not Steph Prue. I'm like, no. There was like many moments where I was like, what the fuck? And I remember I had to look away. I mean, there's moments where you're like, what? I'm like, I was like, just like, good God. It's a creepy, like, Garland.
It's almost like Mother with Jennifer Lawrence.
Yes, a little bit like Mother. Mother was a similar thing where you just kind of go, like, I appreciate this movie. I appreciate what you were going for, but I don't see myself ever watching this again.
I think I bought it just because I needed to own it. Like, I don't know when I'm going to watch it again, but I own it.
That's me in Midsummer. I never need to watch
Midsummer, same thing.
Dude,
I watched
Midsummer. Great. Have you seen the director's cut?
No, I don't want to.
Oh.
I don't need to.
That's me. I mean, that's me with like most Aronofsky films, like a Requiem for a Dream. Obviously, it's also like me with most Kubrick films. Look, I respect it. I've seen it once.
A lot. Yeah. I remember walking out of Midsummer. Like I remember there was a dude in front of me who also was there by himself. We were walking at the same pace, and we get out, and he holds the door, and he looks at me, and we throw away our cups, and he just looks at me, and goes, "What the hell?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "That was rough. That was rough at the end there. That got rough." And he was like, "Yeah, man." I was like, "Geez." I'm like, "Yeah, good luck sleeping tonight." I just said, "Good luck sleeping tonight, man." Yeah. And then he laughed, and we just kind of walked off. But it was one. Midsummer is another one of those.
I'm not sure what part of that movie fucked me up the most, because like either it's when the old couple takes their dive, just to put it that way. You know, there's that, and then there's.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah.
There's also even just I will say I did chuckle when Adam Warlock, Will Poulter, when he takes a leak on something very sacred for him.
Yeah, it's like a plant.
Oh man. And then like the comeuppance of that, you just see what happens to him, and you're like, oh my God. At the ending of that movie, it's fire.
Yeah.
I'll say that, it's fire.
Dude, even Florence Pugh, she even said that she had to like it took her a bit to kind of like come down from playing that especially the ending of that. I mean, she had to
think about that. She had an easier time playing Yelena Belova with PTSD and Thunderbolts than she did that.
Yeah. That just shows you right there.
And there's also, what's the name of that movie? The one where those two guys think that Emma Stone is an alien invader or something.
Begonia.
Yeah, Begonia. And it's just like one look at the cover or the art for it, and I'm just like, this is going to be one of those movies, isn't it? Like Midsummer. It's
not quite like that, but because I haven't watched it for a second time, but I do because that was like my favorite. It's not. Thankfully, I'm actually thankful that Begonia is not one of, in my opinion, it's not one of those movies because there's nothing. I mean, it does have some. It doesn't have any it has what the fuck moments, sure, but it doesn't have anything where you just like that was fucked up. No, I think it's like one of those movies where where it leads to, it just totally just fit where I was like, yes, I want to go this direction.
It's just like, for me, it was just like the fact that like the cover art in the poster has her bald and like there's this honey like pouring down. My first thought was Nicolas Cage going, "Not the bees."
No, it's definitely not Wicker Man.
No, Wicker Man is amazing for another reason, but that's a whole other day.
You know what was a what the fuck moment in the movies? It's Alex Garland. It's Annihilation.
Yeah,
especially with the bear.
Yeah, the bear.
The bear was one of those things that I was like, I've never seen anything like that before, and I'm like,
oh yeah. When it comes to when that
still trying to figure out that movie. Still trying to understand what it was I was supposed to be on board with that movie, because
it was one of those movies where Alex Garland was like, "You figure it out."
Here's the thing: I paid for him to figure it out. See, I don't do multiple choice shit.
That's why I feel about a lot of Kubrick's movies, but everyone tells me I'm supposed to like it, so whatever.
He's making millions to write this shit. Why am I'm paying?
You know what's funny? What's funny, Eric, is like I saw a clip where Michael Biehn is on like Jamie Kennedy's like podcast. He's on the latest episode. I haven't watched it. I kind of want to watch it. I don't really watch it.
Is that the one where you talk about David O. Russell?
No, I don't know if you talk about David O. Russell, but I just saw a clip where Michael Biehn like Jamie Kennedy goes like, Did you ever want to work with Stanley Kubrick? And Michael Biehn goes, "No, fuck that guy." That guy's an asshole. And I was like, whoa. And then Jamie Kennedy's like losing his mind. He's like, what? And he goes, yeah, he makes garbage. But he didn't say everything was garbage, but he would say like certain movies that he made was garbage. It was like, I was like, whoa, look at
the late great Robert Duvall was also like that when what's his name, Eisenberg was talking about Social Network and talking about how like Fincher is very much like the 60 take, 70 takes, and Robert Duvall was like, what the fuck? Like what is this? And he was like, oh yeah, Kubrick's the same thing, and like he has some of the worst performances out of his movies, and the people were like, what? Like which one? Like The Shining, and people were like, what the fuck? And it's just like,
wow. Again, like with Kubrick, look, I respect the technique, but how often in his movies do you have the actors, the characters, just delivering a line, long pause, the other character delivers a line, long pause, the other character delivers their line, long pause, and I'm like, what the heck are you doing?
3 hours. 2001 Space Odyssey is literally just buzz and hum and sound and howl, and I'm like, wow, and that's
I mean, there's literally like in two. I mean, I remember reading 2001 before I saw the movie. I read it as a kid, and I was just very intrigued by that. And I even read 2010, the sequel, right?
The sequel,
yeah. And the sequel is actually a little bit more faster.
The sequel's underrated.
Helen Mirren.
Is it good?
She's in there too.
The sequel, it's good. It's like most people's complaint about the sequel to 2010, the year we made Contact. Most people's complaint about it is like the special effects are not as good, and that's true. They are kind of dated, more dated than what Kubrick did. But as far as writing, as far as pacing is concerned, it's a lot more enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a better paced movie for sure. But what I appreciate about 2001 is like, there are there are some.
I've always been a Tree of Life
like,
person.
Hey, can we get to it? Can we get to it?
Yeah.
At the same time, I do like the tension that he does build, and he's visually, he did some pretty cool shit when it came to 2001. I will give it that, but I understand why, it's not one of those movies where I just go, hey, I'm just going to put on 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
No, there's nothing
That's
about
a planned one. Yeah.
You have to want to watch a Kubrick.
Yeah.
It's like,
exactly.
You can't just like put it on and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to put it. It's not, Eyes Wide
Shut. You have a hard time sleeping. You can put there's like 3 of those movies you can put
like
on.
my favorite Kubrick movie is Eyes Wide Shut. That movie's phenomenal.
Eyes Wide Shut is pretty
I actually agree.
Yeah,
I actually agree. It is very enjoyable.
That whole scene when Cruise is going through the whole like culty place and that music, that score. I mean, it is.
That's one of those things where the long pauses between everybody's lines actually does make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so that movie, it's like one of those Showtime light porn things that they would show. That's basically what that is. With a story that I think he sort of admits before he died, because that was the last movie he made. In fact, he died for that movie. That doesn't make any sense. Your main character has to be a complete fucking moron in order for that story to make any sense, and for him to be as dumb as he has to be for the story to flow. And I'm like, and then when he ripped in half, here's $100, I'll rip it in half. That whole movie was just, I never got Stanley Kubrick, even Full Metal Jacket. After Private Pile takes out the Joe Sergeant, I turn that movie off.
I think a lot of people do, because it feels like a different movie after that. Like the whole movie is basically, it's like that. And then all of a sudden, there's like the whole like final act is like, okay,
the ending.
Yeah, but the ending is pretty fucked.
It's fucked up. Them singing Mickey Mouse and shit. It's like, yo, what the fuck?
By the way, I will say,
but I get the whole narrative change. What William is saying, there is a narrative change after Pyle like kills Gunny and himself. You know, it's a whole like, oh, we've been building this whole thing to this, and then all of a sudden we're gonna get this whole other, you know, and yeah, but it's still a fucked up ending. Yeah.
Although I will say the ending where they're all singing Mickey Mouse, like that is a tie-in to the ending of the first half where what does the sergeant say? What is this Mickey Mouse shit?
No, I mean, Full Metal Jacket, I think a lot of people would agree that maybe could be his like best.
His most underrated is Spartacus.
Shining, Eyes Wide Shut. If you want to,
if you haven't seen the Killing. Yeah. It's a black and white movie about burglars trying to steal stuff. It's a really good movie.
Yeah, his old noir. Yeah, that was a fun one.
It's called what?
The Killing.
Yeah, The Killing.
I don't think
which people keep saying that Quentin Tarantino was ripping off The Killing, and all I can say is, if you've ever seen The Killing, you would know that that's nonsense. It's nothing.
It's funny because Tarantino is an interesting, you know, obviously, you know, love him or hate him. He's not. He doesn't like stray away from me like that. Oh yeah, that he'll admit that when he rips shit off.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, but it's not even so much that it's ripping it off. He's just inspired to
he's giving a nod to it.
Yeah, and like
it's
so people have is like, you know, but that's with every filmmaker. Every filmmaker.
Yeah, but it's like people aren't like criticizing George Lucas for ripping off Seven Samurai when he does Star Wars.
Which,
but again, that's the ironic thing because Quentin sometimes is like James Cameron was like, "Come on, Uncle Quentin," like, and the whole thing of like ripping off is like, there's literally shots like the suitcase is right out of Kiss Me Deadly. I think there's a scene from Django where like someone gets the horse pulled them that he got from an old Yul Brynner movie, and it's like, if you're gonna criticize people for ripping off stuff, like you've been doing it long before a lot of people were considering.
And I know, and I think Tarantino, he doesn't have good bedside manner when it comes to talking about this. No, that's for damn sure. But at the same time, it's like I could appreciate him just being like, all right, yeah, you're taking inspiration. There's nothing wrong with that. You're applying it to your story. That happens all the time. You're open to it, you know. But at the same time, if you're calling other, you know, and even if you're calling out other people and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, you don't. You know,
you kind of Paul Dano for like no reason.
Yeah.
I will say he used to be a lot nicer in these things. I feel like part of it's old man energy.
Oh yeah, totally.
I can see that.
But William, I know you got to take off. You got your own show to do tonight.
Good luck, man.
Hey, before I go, since I won't be here when Phil signs off, I want each and every one of you to go to find him on Twitter. I mean, don't stop searching until you find him.
I thought you said you were off Twitter.
You aren't going to find anything.
Yeah. All right, man.
All right, you hope you
take care.
Yeah, thanks
for having me,
William.
See you, William.
See you, William. All right. Yeah, it's just funny because, you know, I mean, filmmaking there's always going to be inspirations, you know. I know we like to make the jokes like blueprints and stuff like that, especially with Zach and everything, and it's fun. Yeah. I love it because it pisses off Zack Snyder haters. But then all of a sudden, like when people take it a little too seriously, I'm like, no, he wasn't the blueprint of this. You can find he got inspiration from this. And it's like, I mean, there's been times where I've even had to like go like, no, guys, you're taking it too seriously because he wasn't the blueprint. Because look over here, it was more like this was the blueprint if you want to think about it. I mean, but at the same time, it's like it's fun because, you know, you could just have fun, but people take it too seriously. But there's always inspirations. I mean, no filmmaker can be fully original nowadays. I mean, everybody's.
I will say, like every darn time I see, like in an action scene, an action sequence that's quick slow mo, my first thought is Zack Snyder is the blueprint. Wow.
He created that cinematic language, which I love that, you know, like when it came to three, I mean, I was watching the Rogan podcast with Michael Jai White, and they were talking about, you know, because Michael Jai White, he was saying like he doesn't like the comic book genre, and before we start talking about Spawn stuff, because he does mention that, But he said like he doesn't like that. But then he brought up but I like something like 300 because 300 was something unique and it was something different and blah blah blah. And it was like there was no actor that you knew you didn't know any of those actors. You just knew you were just watching some badass shit and the way they were filmed and stuff like that. And it's like no matter what, Zach is that is. Regardless of the DC stuff, regardless of what he's done, even after the DC stuff, 300 is going to be like that's his fucking masterpiece.
Yeah,
100%. Like that is that's almost like an.
I adore his Watchmen movie so much.
Yeah,
it's just one of those movies where that's what put him on the big time map. I mean, Dawn of the Dead did well enough where it was like obviously it warranted more stuff. Because he did a great job with that, but nobody knew Zack Snyder's name until it came to 300. It was like, who directed that? Zack Snyder, and it was just like that. Yeah,
two big. It's probably arguably the two biggest comic book writers in the history of the medium. He did 2 projects back to back, covering some of their best works. Frank Miller's 300
and Al Moore
and Moore's Watchmen, and just like.
But it's funny too because now people are going back to Watchmen, going, "Holy shit, this movie was ahead of its time." It's like,
it was. It was.
Oh yeah,
way ahead of its time. I mean, that's the thing. It's like if Watchmen would have came out
today
during the whole superhero boom, where people were kind of already going, "All right, we're getting a Marvel movie, all and it's all this popcorn." If we would have got I don't know if we would have got Watchmen during that time where people got like, "Oh," but. Maybe it would have done better, but at the same time, I love the fact that people now go back to it and go, "Oh wow, this movie was really
that movie's phenomenal to me." And I love both the director's cut and the ultimate cut. Both cuts are great to me.
Yeah, I mean that's what got him the Man of Steel job, though. I mean, because Christopher Nolan was like, I'm not one to do that." But this guy can, he's like, hey, this guy over here knows what the fuck he's doing. I mean, that's what's kind of cool about about Zach, because he did make Watchmen before the superhero boom.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, that movie was ahead of its time because then all of a sudden the superhero genre started like basically referencing that and deconstructing superheroes like that and putting them in like this real life, kind of way. And but at the same time, it's like, Watchmen could have came out later and been much more successful. But at the same time, if it didn't come out the time that it did, Zach wouldn't have made Man of Steel and then BBS and then
he made Sucker Punch after that, right?
Yeah, that Sucker Punch came out after that, and then he got Man of Steel. Yeah, Sucker Punch came out in 2011.
Yeah.
There was interviews. I was going to come out for that one for Arrow. Can you do picture to Arrow or something to get the Blu-ray or no?
Oh, I don't know what. Anytime Zach's been on here, I mean, it's been a while, but I remember we've talked about like, hey, can you get that? Can you get your director's cut? Yeah, out there. But I mean, I think there's just too much
legality.
Where he still can't get his director's cut. Maybe one day, but there's contract.
I'm thinking something like Arrow, who does different cuts of movies that they could probably distribute or like put a Blu-ray out.
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I think eventually it might end up coming out, but then of course, do people, do they actually look at it as? Do people?
It's more of a cult film than a more.
It totally is a cult film, 100%.
Heavy metal,
yeah. It's
Supposedly, I read somewhere that Zach and there were several other directors, Zach included, that were apparently set to do a new heavy metal film, but apparently that fell through. But what remained of that project apparently became Love, Death, and Robots.
Yeah. Zach wants to direct an episode of that so badly too.
Yeah.
He's even said that in interviews.
Well, didn't they have an episode for him or no?
Yeah, they did. I think one of the creators said that they had something for him, but then it didn't happen. But that just shows,
too busy.
I don't know exactly. I forgot exactly why that fell through, but they actually did want him to direct one of those episodes. Which, I mean, it totally fits. It fits him.
I've only seen the first season, and I fucking love the first season.
Oh God, man!
First season's great. Second season's okay, but I like the first season.
I haven't watched the last season yet. The last season came out last year, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. I still have to watch that. You know, it's so funny because again, it's like sometimes that shit just falls under. Oh yeah, we don't know if it gets released. I'm like, you hear about it at one point, and then all of a sudden, just that's it. And then I mean, geez, not even like what, a month and a half ago, a month ago, I finished the last season of Black Mirror. I had no idea there was like, oh yeah, there's a new season of Black Mirror, and that series is still running very strong. I'm like, good God, how do you guys keep coming up with shit? I mean, when I look at my Twitter feed and look at the news, shit's actually happening like that. I'm like, did you see that whole thing? Like Meta was saying, like they can actually keep a person who has passed away, person who has died, they could keep their Facebook account running by utilizing the data from past posts to keep on posting and interact with other people. And I'm like, there is an episode of Black Mirror that does that, where it goes above and beyond, and where it actually creates a clone of the person. And it's what's his name too, who we mentioned earlier, from Ex Machina.
Alex Garland.
No, but what's the actor's name in there? The redhead.
Donald Gleason.
Donald Gleason. Yeah, he's in that episode because he dies in like a car accident. And his wife, she tries to she wants to the social media platform contacts her, say do you want to talk to your dead husband? And then she starts interacting with him just through text, and then it gets upgraded to where she can get a phone call from him, and then it can get upgraded where literally he shows up and it's like a clone little. It's weird.
Remember, I think it's like in an earlier, I think it may have been the last stream we all did, where I brought up that commercial for this AI of basically where you could talk to grandma. Remember that? Yeah. I was like, and I'm watching, and there's this sappy, sweet, sappy music going on, and I'm like, guys, do you realize how much of a horror movie this is?
It is.
But it also feels like a episode of Upload. You know that TV series or whatever?
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet, but I heard it's good.
Yeah. You guys see the Sam Walker movie, The Good Work?
No.
Yeah, that one's really good.
Okay, I'll have to check it out.
Really unique.
I know there's so many things out there where I'm like, I don't know what that is. Okay, I got to check that out because there's some good stuff out there that you just randomly find.
Yeah,
I told you about the anime last year from Shinichiro Watanabe, the guy who did Bebop and Summer Jam.
Oh yeah,
barely got any marketing, barely was noticed on it, but it is so good.
Lazarus, yes, that is awesome. Lazarus is so awesome,
and
I haven't heard of it.
And topical, man. There was stuff that I'm like, yo, this was he was like, let's just do this and put it in anime. Holy shit.
I seem to recall it's on HBO Max, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is awesome. I mean, again, it's like
Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus. I believe it's just called Lazarus.
Okay, well, maybe I'll fire that up after we're done.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's like if you love Cowboy Bebop, you love Watanabe stuff. It's that. It's good. Yeah. The difference is, Cowboy Bebop, it takes a bit to get to a central narrative, but with Lazarus, there's a unifying narrative from the beginning.
Yeah,
and it's really good. I was super impressed by it.
It's funny, going back to the whole Matrix thing too. Is what's her name? Who was in who played Rabbit in Resurrection? What's her name?
Jessica Henwick.
Just she was in an interview and she even said she has heard nothing from Drew. Remember, Drew Goddard was supposed to be making another Matrix movie. He was writing.
He was doing a reboot of it.
They're going through their second.
Nothing came through it.
Buyout or whatever in 4 years since that movie came out, so it's not surprising that no development on Matrix has happened.
I know, but it's so funny because she said she's all, yeah, I've been waiting to get a script and there's just nothing. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that Drew Goddard was supposedly writing another Matrix story, and I'm like, I don't know what else you can really do when it comes. I don't know.
I think you can reboot it. I would be down more for a full clean reboot than it is for another sequel. That's what I'm more interested in.
It's interesting because what I was very intrigued by when it came to Resurrections was the fact that, okay, now we're modernizing the Matrix, because obviously the first one came out in 1999, before social media. There was internet, of course, and it fits so perfectly where that is. Like that's why the Matrix, the first Matrix, is it's a masterpiece. Yeah. It is a sci-fi masterpiece and I think it's because it fit in such at the end of the millennium. And even that is part of the story of the Matrix, of like, they created the Matrix, and we decided to put the Matrix at the, at this point of human history, and blah, 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 blah. And I think like that's why, like, when it comes to like trying to modernize the Matrix, it's like, okay, so how? And I think, like I said, there were some concepts in Resurrections that I went, that works, that doesn't, that works, that doesn't. There's things where it's just like, I get where you're trying to go with like right here, but I don't know, to try to modernize with how technology is now, and now we have AI. I'm just kind of like wondering, like, because even when Resurrection came out, like AI wasn't really a thing yet. It was kind of a thing, but it wasn't so much how it is now. Now it's like, wow, what could you do when it comes to that kind of story with that? It's like, it's crazy. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see. But Ronan, I know you got to take off.
Yeah, it's I got to prep for work tomorrow morning.
Oh,
good luck, man.
What are you, a priest? I'm just kidding.
I wish. In this day and age, I could use one. No. This is just some. I'd rather wear black than anything.
Right now. No, I'm kidding. Go. I just figured because like Saturday, Sunday, it's like yeah. You got to prep for work. So, but thank you for joining and promote anything you got to promote.
At Ronan Unchained on YouTube and all the socials. Tomorrow concludes A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I highly recommend you see that show if you haven't yet. It is fucking phenomenal. I did a reaction for the Mandalorian Grogu trailer, and I'm working on a Star Wars theory about what I saw in the trailer and what I'm thinking where they're going with this era of the franchise. And it's pretty cool. I just need to work on that when I get the free time.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Stay safe, man. Get better, man. Take care, everybody.
Appreciate you.
You're Ronan.
So yeah, Jimmy Gunn's, after taking a little break from social media, he comes back on and he's just like, Jesus Christ.
Can't help himself, can he?
Yeah, well, he can't help himself, which is fine. But at the same time, I'm glad that he's doing it.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like when it comes to, there's just the biggest thing was the Paradise Lost. Obviously a lot of people were like, oh yeah, obviously Snyder and Roca were like, oh yeah, that's canceled. And I'm like, I remember even when I heard that, I went, if that's canceled, that's dumb, because as soon as that got announced, that was part of the slate. I went, that's smart, because if they're gonna do like a Game of Thrones, would we just lose somebody? Oh, we lost Tony. Oh, we lost Chappie. We'll come back. But I was like saying, like when that was part of the slate, part of the ideas of the opening slate, I went smart, because that you could do something Game of Thrones when it comes to Themyscira, and I'm like, that's really smart. You could really do something with that. And so when I heard it was canceled, I was like, why would they cancel that? Because that just seems like that's just something that you put that on Sunday, a new episode on Sunday, that's water cooler talk. That is exactly what HBO is just there for. And I'm like, you bring that to a DC property, that's perfect. So I would think that would be so stupid if they actually canceled Paradise Lost, because there is a lot they could do with that series. So that's why, when you got like Roca and it's still canceled. Like, I don't know. To me, I think that movie the series on paper just is pretty perfect for the HBO Max, format. Yeah. So so him like finally like debunking that, I'm like, thank you for at least like clarifying that.
Plus, like it's a good way to, instead of just having a Wonder Woman movie, because we just have had a couple of Wonder Woman movies, like bring her in a very original way, in a more kind of indirect way, but yeah, like it's her home island.
Yeah, and you can have her little. You can have her as a youngling. You know, you could establish that before you start bringing her into like the main thing, or you could already have her as in the main, universe, and then have this backstory. Because I mean, there's just so much you could have there. There's a lot of meat on that bone, I think. So I'm glad he did that. And then of course, the whole Batman Brave and the Bold thing, where it was like the information where he was like saying, where it was saying that he wants to fast track to get Reeves Batman out there, which I still think that Batman 2 and 3 are gonna be filmed at the same time. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just feel like, why not just do both? Like one after another.
And also it does provide a good reason for why it's been taking Reeves so freaking long to start production of 2. But if he was taking his time because he's setting up part 1 and 2, then okay, it makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, I just wouldn't be surprised if, like, why not just because they're going to start filming what, next month, maybe, or maybe like it's in the next few weeks for sure. And Pattinson said that he's going to be working until November, and I'm like, that's a long time.
Yeah, they're filming the 2 back to back.
Huh?
Like they got to be filming the 2 back to back. That's taking that long.
It seems like it could be like they are doing that, and I'm like, yeah, do that. So then you have 2 Batman movies in the chamber. You release one next year, and then the year after you get another one. I mean, and you don't have like this big huge gap like we had between 1 and 2. It's not huge, at least we had a Penguin series in between it. But I'm just like going, it would actually make sense, because then, that's just why, Matt Reeves, I mean, regardless of certain other things that, were going on in his real life that prevented him from like fully concentrating on it. But at the same time, it's like, if he's like making one big giant story, I really hope, I actually think that it still could happen. Who knows?
Yeah.
Could be completely wrong, but I still think they're filming 2 and 3 at the same time.
Phantasm?
What's that?
Isn't she playing the masked Phantasm, Scarlett Johansson, with that different character?
Well, there's speculation that she could be
a rumor.
Andrea,
Yeah.
Romano.
And did I?
LeBeau.
Now, and was it?
Andrea.
Yeah. And also, was it?
Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, I was totally blanking on her last name right there.
Yeah. By the way, was it confirmed, or was it just speculation that they were thinking of like Sebastian Stan as a Harvey Dent?
Ironically enough, none of this stuff has been confirmed by either
Matt
Reeves
or
Gunn.
That's what's so crazy. It has not been confirmed that he is, in fact, Harvey Dent, but it's like Matt Reeves hasn't said anything. James Gunn hasn't said anything. That's what it's going to be so funny if like he ends up not being Harvey Dent. I mean, I'm pretty sure he is, but it's so funny how it's not been confirmed. I'm waiting for, where is Matt Reeves going to start posting gifs about new actors,
My
showing
friend Chris
up.
and I talked about this on the Eternal Night this past week, and it's kind of funny how like he's kind of radio silent this time around when it comes to making this movie, because when it came to making the first movie, he showed off the images of the 66 show, and then he did gifs of the actors, and there was just even as they were gearing up to film the Vimeo footage of Pattinson putting on the suit for the first time, and this just feels like a project just caught in the crossfire of corporate bullshit constantly.
Yeah.
Well, it is interesting because it's so crazy because
think about it, when he came on to make the first movie,
during a time where DC was in kind of shambles,
right?
And then now that DC is now coming together and they actually have a studio, and people are like, we want a sequel, because obviously the first one was
great,
well received and it made money, but now it just seems like it's, in both scenarios, it was, the first, it's like they needed that back in 2021, whatever the hell,
22.
Yeah, but I mean, but didn't they release the test footage in like 2021, something like that, or was that in 2022? I don't know.
2020.
2020.
Yeah, they shot that movie, and then like they were in the middle of filming it, and COVID happened.
Yeah, that's right. I still remember when that. I remember I was
because they started filming in early February of 2020. COVID happens in March. They shut down filming. Like they got through 25% of filming that movie, and the last thing that they showed of that movie before they shut down because of COVID was Pattinson in the Batmobile in Chicago.
Yeah, and
then they didn't pick up filming until September, and even then, allegedly, apparently, Pattinson caught COVID.
That's right. He did.
So then you factor all that shit in. Its initial release date from October, then getting it moved to March, them announcing the sequel in like April or May of 2022 after Matt Reeves and everyone's accepting his rewards. And, we're going to do the next chapter. So immediately the pressure's on to make a great second movie. And then what happens in 23 or the end of 22? James Gunn gets the Superman job, or he doesn't just get the Superman job, he gets the whole keys to DC. So then everything going forward is now a domino effect of just what the fuck's going to happen.
It's all crazy because, but at the same time, it's, we know that, I mean, we don't know everything that happens behind the scenes and whatever the hell, like, again, but when you see stuff like that, that DC Studios is making this totally Elseworlds project of the dynamic duo, and it's produced by DC Studios, and it's Matt Reeves also producing it, and he's tweeting about it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is great. I can't." And this is even his production company is helping with it. Yeah, Six in Idaho still. So you kind of go like, when people start making it like start saying like, "Oh shit, is there like is James Gunn looking at fucking the Batman as a little like, thorn in his side?" Probably a little bit, but at the same time, it's like that's what made money, during the bad times in these last few years when it comes to DC, is like the Batman is what worked big time. And so we got to keep it alive. And there's, and Gunn has done a good job PR wise when it comes to social media, that he's like, Matt Reeves is doing what Matt Reeves has to do. I will give him the time. I am supporting it. I am, totally this, that, and this, whatever the hell he is, but at the same time, the Batman is just like one of those, like, just, it's on its own island. Like Matt Reeves is kind of like on his own island when it comes to previous and now. Well, and it's just like,
the thing to consider is like, when, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. It's just,
no.
Something I keep thinking about, like what was once a priority to someone else at WB was no longer a priority when someone else came into power. My point is like at one point, the Batman was more of a priority for Warner Brothers and DC. When James Gunn came into the picture, that became far less of a priority. A friend of mine confided into me that James Gunn and Peter Safran tried very hard to take credit for getting the Penguin out.
Oh, yeah.
And
they put the DC Studios label on
right.
it.
But the thing is like the Penguin was a thing that had already been, be in the works at HBO. Matt Reeves was already a part of it. Like from what I understand, there was some internal beef of like, oh, this is our project, and someone else was like, the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Like,
I could totally see that. Yeah.
And it's not just pertinent to that project too. Like there's some things that a lot of fans online, they probably wouldn't want to hear, but there are things that internally people they're not happy about when it comes to the new direction of DC Studios. I'll just leave it at that. That's all I will say.
No. And I totally get that, because it's like, I think it was like, it's probably more on the lines of like the fact that, well, like when you establish DC Studios, you need to have some W's, want some W's so quickly. So it's like, oh, well, that's a DC project. Let's put the label on it. Let's do this. Let's do that. And it's like, and so, at a business sense, I totally understand it. But at the same time, it's like, well, you weren't around when this shit was being,
Right.
made and put together, and Colin Farrell being cast, and you know, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things, yeah, that we could like look at it like that. But then all of a sudden, just like kind of understand, oh yeah, DC Studios does need, you know, those W's. So I can understand why they would do it, but at the same time, yeah, it's a slimy business. It totally is.
Case in point, when they were promising, like before the official announcement of a reboot, like DeLuca and Abdi were like throwing like all these like pledges or promises like onto the wall. Like again, was like Constantine 2, Man of Steel 2, which I'm still not over, by the way. And then of course, nope. And then of course, when they announced the reboot, it's like nope, and they just stopped talking about it. Nope, not doing that.
I mean, it's all the higher ups that meddle with things and basically screw things up for good things to happen. You know, I understand that, you know, we got these DC Studios come in, and that has changed the landscape of projects 100%. And whatnot. But
see,
go on, you go first.
No, it's just like, yeah, it's that's what sucks about, like, you know, that's what was working. That's, you know, the Batman universe was what was working. And now all of a sudden it's like, all right, you know, we got this whole new regime in, and I'm sure, it is. I mean, it's a thorn. And that's why I think when you hear those reports about, you know, from these scoopers and whatever, they're saying like, oh yeah, he wants a fast track before we get the DCU Batman and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I mean, my whole thing is like, you can have both because Batman's such a popular character, and you can have, I just worry that it's going to be like an Aquaman situation where it's like, you know, a very successful first movie, and then there's such a gap to the second one, and then it just doesn't capture. But I mean, that's Aquaman. It's not Batman. Batman will usually always be successful.
And but again,
at the same time, is like, like, okay, so if you have this universe that you're establishing that is all connected, and you have, you know, superheroes already existing, you don't have to have your dedicated Batman movie right away. You could just have him show up in other things. That's why I'm like, you know, when I heard Clayface, I'm like, cool. You could do a lot with Clayface, and then you can establish your Batman already in there, you know, and then Man of Tomorrow, you could already, you know, I have a feeling there's going to be something in Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah. At the very least, have Bruce Wayne show up.
Yeah. And of course, Gunn was like, you know, clarified that the title is still Man of Tomorrow. It's not Superman Man of Tomorrow. I'm like, shut up. I'm like, stop it. Like, I mean, like, it's still a Superman movie. Just fucking, I don't know why he has such like, he wants to just not, it's like, this is not a Superman sequel. This is not a Superman movie. It's like, stop saying that. It's like, it's a Superman. It is a Superman movie.
It's like, the title of your fucking movie is literally a Superman comic book. What I don't know why
he has such this obsession of like not it being like, it's not this, it's not that. It's like, he is trying so hard to try. I think he's trying so hard to like break the mold of things. I don't know. But it's like, it's like, it doesn't work, dude. It's like, stop doing that. Just accept that it is a Superman sequel. It is everything Superman. And I guarantee you, a year from now, they're gonna put Superman back in the fucking title. Superman, Man of Tomorrow. Who the fuck cares? It is still a Superman movie. It's in Superman's world. It starred, like, the main characters are Superman and Lex Luthor. Come on. It's like, stop trying to avoid that. And it's like, he's trying so hard to avoid it because I think he wants it to not be like the traditional thing, but it's like, you can't avoid it, dude. Stop trying so hard to make it like, oh, it's not a sequel. No, shut up. Stop it.
Which, by the way, makes it so much funnier that he decided to just call the first movie Superman instead of Superman Legacy.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I get, because every time I say, well, we have a movie that was just Superman. That was Christopher Reeve. And then everybody says, no, it was actually Superman the movie. Shut up. It was called Superman.
No, it's called, that is what it's officially titled. It's titled Superman the movie.
Yeah.
You want to admit it or not, that's the official title of the film.
I know that's the official title of the film, but it's like nobody thinks of it as, nobody makes a point to add Superman the movie. Everybody says Superman.
Nobody's gonna say the movie. Yeah.
I
know. I think it was just like back then. It was like, because Superman was just such a hey, now we got Superman. It's the movie of Superman, so they had to put that in there. I don't know, but nobody refers to it as that. But I don't know. But I think Gunn needs to stop trying to. I think he's trying to be like, oh yeah, I'm crafting something different. It's like, no, you're not. You're not really doing that. It's just just accept the fact that you are trying to create a universe with characters, and you are handling the Superman part of it, and it's all Superman. And yeah, you're going to incorporate other characters within the universe perfectly fine, and you're going to have a movie where Lex Luthor even might outshine Superman, and that's perfectly fine too. There's nothing. But at the same time, that's nothing unique either. If you go back to the Burton films, I mean, the fucking villains, Jesus Christ, sometimes they outshine Batman. And even Tim Burton has even said that he was more fascinated by the villains more than the hero. And that's why when you watch Batman 89, people are like, the Joker outshine. But you could even see that with the Dark Knight, because Heath Ledger's Joker kind of outshines Batman. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. And I'm like, it's nothing new what you're trying to do, man. It's like if Lex Luthor outshines and people go, oh my God, look at Nicholas Hoult in this movie. If he outshines Superman, that's not going to be anything new, because we've seen that before. It's just going to be new to Superman, sure. But stop trying to avoid the fact that it's a Superman sequel, or that it's a Superman movie. And I just have a feeling that it's going to be called Superman Man of Tomorrow.
He also said, if you remember this, right? He said that he was making a Superman saga film.
Yeah.
So technically, this counts as a Superman film.
Yeah, exactly. So I think I don't know. I think he's really trying to be like, I'm not trying to be like everybody else. Like, yeah, but it's, you are.
You're trying too hard, man. Don't.
Yeah, stop trying too hard to try to be different. It's you're still, just embrace it. You're handling this universe, but but at the same time, there's never been a DC Studios. There's never been a more clear, hey, we're doing this. That's never been achieved with DC. So embrace the fact that that's the case. Stop trying to go so hard on the whole. This is not this is not that, kind of thing. But
what I was going to mention as well, the Batman part 2. I think Batman part 2 will do well, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll have the Aquaman 2 effect.
Yeah.
And the reason why I say that, is because Batman sells.
Yes, Batman does sell.
Especially if we are talking about what we think is going on, a two-parter where he filmed both movies back to back, because this is going to be an epic, big scale storyline.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be that. And I don't know. It's there's so many things that were established in the first one too. With Joker, and then we're supposed to be getting this whole other villain, which we don't even know who that is, and we know that there's going to be a Harvey Dent kind of thing, and I don't know. It just seems like when you have Scarlett Johansson signed on, and then you have Sebastian Stan, so you're already pulling fucking Marvel people into this thing, and you better believe that it's okay, there's something probably intriguing of what's happening here, but again, it is weird that Matt Reeves has not done his thing where, I mean, he's talked about it on red carpets and whatever the hell, and he said oh yeah, things are happening. We're about to be, shooting and this, that, and this. And Robert Pattinson saying the same thing. But at the same time, I'm I'm waiting for the day that Matt Reeves just goes, all right, everybody, here's what it is. Welcome to the Batman Part 2, Sebastian Stan. And then, and welcome, Scarlett Johansson. Welcome this, welcome that. But then at the same time, maybe Matt Reeves is just fuck, Twitter's wild, wild west now. It's too crazy.
I feel like a big reason he's been he's been closed-mouthed on this whole thing may have to do with the fact that he wants to minimize the likelihood of someone blurting out a spoiler.
Yeah.
Because if this is an epic two-parter, like a big thing that will like blow us away, he does want to keep us guessing about it.
Yeah, could be that too. Maybe this time around, like, because maybe, I mean, it could be a thing where maybe, you know, when it came to the first Batman, they needed that buzz because DC was just kind of like so in the shit during that time that they needed the big time buzz. Now they don't need it as much because, you know, now DC is kind of like has a direction, and Superman was successful, and there's Supergirl coming out this year and Lanterns and everything, that they don't need Matt Reeves to do this again. I don't know. There's so many ways to look at it.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. It's all pretty crazy.
What did you think of Toy Story 5 trailer?
Ooh. I love the subject matter of it.
Yeah.
I love how
it feels like a few years late though.
Yeah. I will say, like, number one, I do appreciate that we're getting that the trailer made it a point to give an explanation for why Woody's back.
Yeah.
But number two, the subject matter of kids getting addicted to their screen, like, that is a legitimate problem today, and I say kudos Disney for addressing it as a problem.
Yeah, and then of course Woody having balding. I was like, that's so random.
Yeah, that was like crazy. Like,
I thought that was funny. I thought it was funny. I was like, all right, all right.
And it is a nod to the second movie. Remember where they had that guy, that cleaner was like, you know, sprucing him up, and among other things was spraying the back of his head so that he wasn't bald.
Yeah.
So he did have a bald spot in 2, but he cleaned it.
No, I mean, I think Keanu Reeves' character is actually coming back too, which I was like, that was the best part of 4, because 4 was kind of like, whatever. I thought, you know, and this is where I was with Quentin Tarantino. I was like, yeah, like the trilogy was perfect the way it was. Didn't need anything more.
To that, I will say, like, everyone keeps saying, look, 3 was a perfect conclusion. And I always said, yes, except for that unnecessary, like, mystery that they injected about what happened to Bo Peep, and Woody doesn't want to talk about it. And you just know, I'm sorry whether they will ever admit it or not, but that was injected in there specifically as a setup for a 4 if they wanted to do. If 3 did well, then that was a setup for 4.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
it's more of an epilogue to Woody's journey more than. It's like the end of Andy's story in the trilogy in the third one. And the fourth one is more of Woody's coming together and like moving forward with what he's doing in life with the fourth one.
Yeah, like the first 3 are the Andy trilogy, and 4, 5, and potentially 6 will be the trilogy.
No, we don't need a 6.
No, we don't.
Yeah, but if this one does
5
well,
should be it. 5 should be it.
Yeah.
Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves.
They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it.
No, don't do it. Like, I think they should end it here and one more movie, then that's it.
Yeah, but they should end it. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'll still watch it. You know, obviously, I've watched all the other ones. I've watched every single one of them in the movie theater, so I'll watch this one in the movie theater. So, even though I'm like, we don't need it, but the trailer wasn't bad. It was, you know, it's good, but I'm just like, all right, you guys need to move on. I mean, you know, what else do they have? I think somebody in the chat said Hoppers. That's a Pixar movie.
It's Beavers.
Yeah. That one's like what? Kind of like Avatar meets fucking, I don't know. Humans can jump into animals.
But when I see Hopper right next to Pixar, my first thought is the bad guy from Bug's Life. Kevin Spacey from Bug's Life.
Oh God.
Yeah, Kevin Spacey was the main bad guy. He was the leader of the grasshoppers in Bug's Life.
He was great in that. He was actually really good.
Yeah, he was excellent.
Who is the main voice in that one?
Dave Filoni.
Dave Filoni?
Yeah, he was the main ant.
No shit. He was the main guy?
Yeah, Dave Foley was Flick. Julie Louis-Dreyfus was Princess Ada.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, who was the girl? That was Julie. Yeah, that's right.
Louis-Dreyfus, yep. What's his name? Richard Harris, or like who was Dr. Smith from the for the original Lost in Space. He was Manny, the Mantis.
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, the Mantis. Yeah, I remember Bugs Life and Ants came out like the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ants was that Woody Allen?
Yeah, that's Woody Allen.
I forget. Was Ants DreamWorks or not?
Yeah, that was DreamWorks.
Yeah,
That was
Jeffrey
Katzenberg.
Because that was totally Jeffrey Katzenberg giving Disney the finger again.
Yeah, that was Woody Allen, right? That did Ants. Was that he's the main guy? Yeah. Yikes. But I'm just saying, like, I know it's always funny when studios release similar movies at the same time.
That's kind of like Olympus Has Fallen and White House Down. Those both came
Olympus
out the
Fallen,
same
White
year.
House Down. There was remember in the 90s there was Volcano and Dante's Peak.
Yeah. Don't forget Armageddon and Deep Impact.
Yeah, that was the same thing. It's so funny too because when you watch Armageddon and Deep Impact, I saw Armageddon in the movie theater. I did not see Deep Impact in the movie. I saw that when it came out on video. I mean, just two totally different ways of approaching that scenario. I mean, you got Michael Bay, and then you got, I don't even know who directed Deep Impact, but it was more of like, oh yeah, this is going to be more subtle. Robert Duvall was in it. May he rest in peace.
Yeah. Morgan Freeman, right?
Freeman was the president. Yeah.
Yep.
But it was just like not as flashy. It was just kind of different the way that played out. It was a much more like, okay, we're not going to be as flashy. Obviously, Armageddon was absolutely ridiculous to the point where I always love hearing the clip from Ben Affleck
in the commentary
where he just goes like, where he said he approached Michael Bay, goes, wouldn't it be easier to train astronauts to do this? And he goes like, and Michael Bay said, fuck you. Like, and it's like, it's true though, because it's like, you ruined the movie like that, Ben. I mean, I could totally understand why Michael Bay was like, no, fuck you, man. It's like, yeah, logically, yeah. But at the same time, you don't get an exciting, crazy movie like you do with Armageddon.
Yeah, Michael Bay is all about rule of cool. Who cares if it doesn't make sense as long as it's awesome?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. And that's why that movie ended up being way more successful than Deep Impact.
Yeah. It's like agreed. Deep Impact is the better movie, but Armageddon is more fun.
Yeah, you watch Deep Impact. That is that's a much better story. Better like the way that it plays out. It actually makes a lot more sense because they have like the whole arcs thing and like Elijah Wood and his wife. They're trying to get to like these caves or whatever the hell, and it all makes a lot more sense. There's a lot more dramatic elements that are a lot better. But you look at Armageddon. Armageddon was just like that kind of blockbuster where you had the big stars, you had the Aerosmith, song to go with it, with the music video. Yeah. You had all the bells and whistles, and so it was like, but it was just, I always find that clip funny because it was like, yeah, Ben, you just came off of Good Will Hunting, and then you landed yourself a Michael Bay blockbuster. So just ride with it. But at the same time, that I appreciate Ben Affleck because he's a very logical person, when it comes to this stuff.
He's been through it all. He's been through the good, bad, the ugly of the industry.
If anybody has, Ben Affleck has. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I mean, like again, going back to the AI stuff, I mean, it is going to be interesting, and it's funny too because, the Super Bowl commercial that he was in was probably a lot of people's favorite. It was a good commercial, bringing all like the 90s stars and then de-aging everybody, and so obviously there's some people that were like, oh, see, you could de-age. And I know, Eric, you've been you've always like that if they were going to do something more SNYDERVERSE, they could do some
because like if a miracle were to happen and Zach were to like oversee like a restoration of the SNYDERVERSE, blah, blah, blah. As you've said many times, Dave, it's going to be some years down the line when they're at some point when they're finally all available. And at that point, you either got two choices. You either got like have them all de-age, you have the de-aging technology good enough so that they can all pass as the younger selves, or do like a realistic animation, which again, talk with Robert Zemeckis, talk with Hideo Kojima, with his Death Stranding game and so on, and it just simulated perfectly. It just have all the actors come in to voice it, which if you were to go down that route, you could do it sooner because you only need a few days to come in and record your lines.
Yeah.
Man, I could just do an anime. Animation would be so much easier.
Animation would be just especially if you have someone like there's some good animators out there that have posted clips. Like I remember there was one dude, I forgot his name, and I just really liked that animation style that he posted. And and I'm like, God damn. I mean, that would be, I would perfectly be okay with this because I mean, we're all fans of what Zach did, but at the same time, we're also very like reasonable. Like, hey, it's been a bit. We're not gonna get what we, and I don't know how many times I've said, like, even when I was talking to the man himself during that time when the Snyder Cut was coming out. Yeah. I mean, I asked the dude, I was like, hey, what would you want to do more? And he goes, yeah, but I'm gonna be busy.
Yeah.
But would you pass the would you let somebody else handle these? Absolutely. It's like he would be the George Lucas and have like directors direct the movies. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like
he was under bad management under WB at that time. So
but I mean, he had his mic drop moment, and that's the thing. Is like a lot of people don't. They're like, when obviously in interviews when he says like, oh yeah, I would do more. It's like that's just him, being. He's not going to ever say like, no, I'm done with that. No, he's never going to say that. But at the same time, it's like when I push back on people that are like, like, oh yeah, if they give it to Zach would just totally like he's all about it. He said it right here. It's like, yeah, you know what he also said? That his White Whale is doing a Dark Knight Returns full-on adaptation. That's white. He literally said White Whale as if he were given the option of like, hey, Zach, would you want to do your Justice League sequels or would you want to do a Dark Knight Returns full-on adaptation? He probably would choose the Dark Knight Returns adaptation because it would be easier because you wouldn't have to round everybody back to do the sequels, and then these are going to be a lot bigger, or you already have your blueprint of what the Dark Knight Returns actually is. You just have to recast because he wouldn't use Ben or Cavill or any of those people again. He would totally recast everybody.
Yeah, he used Huey Long apparently.
Yeah, I know. I was like, when I saw that, it was like, because I think that was off the top of his head.
Because I was thinking, what the NFL host, a broadcast host?
Yeah, but he was a football player. I mean, he was. I know, a big dude.
That's one of those things. Yeah, he was a football player, but I first and foremost know him as the broadcast, like NFL broadcaster host.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people see him as.
Yeah. So I'm like, So when he said that, I'm like, him?
I think it's just off the top of his head. He just thought of like a big dude, like a big and so he was like, oh yeah, Howie Long, yeah, maybe. Hey, we got somebody joining right now, right? Scott! Hey, Scott's here.
Hey, Scott.
Hello.
Hey, Scott.
Hello.
Hey, Scott. It's first time meeting you.
Yeah, we got some patrons here, man.
I saw that post before I left for the movie. So I'm actually in my car driving home from the movie.
Nice. What'd you see?
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
How was it?
10 out of 10, no notes.
Go see that movie.
Go see that movie as soon as humanly possible.
I would have if I didn't get fucking sick. God damn it.
Here's the thing. Here's my story. I saw How to Make a Killing yesterday. And then I managed to be able to go see Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. I had not gone to the movie theater since I got promoted. It's been 3 weeks since I've been to the movies, if that tells you anything.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like I had planned on Thursday to go like because I you know that what would the killing one, the Glenn Powell movie.
How to make a killing, the Glenn Powell one.
I was intrigued by it, and I still want to see that movie. You know, it seems, you know, A24, Glenn Powell, Margaret Qualley, you know, it does look intriguing, but I was going, I want to see Good Luck have whatever. Good luck.
No. I'll tell you this, because I was going to go see this last weekend, but work. One of my boys last weekend was his birthday, and it's like nothing worked out. Like it all just fell apart. And I had a bad day at work today, but I was like, fuck it. I'm not going to let because sometimes you have a bad day, and even though you want to go do something fun, you're just in a mood where you're like, I just don't want, like you pout almost. And I got home and I went, fuck it, I want to see this movie. And I'm so glad I did. It is so good.
Yeah, I know, it looks so good. I mean,
good for you.
You can't be, you know, Sam Rockwell is great, and then Gore Verbinski coming back after his hiatus, like a decade.
10 years. He hasn't done a movie in 10 years.
Well, you got to remember, he had 2 big flops back to back. He had The Long Ranger, and he had Cure for Wellness. Both big flops.
Yeah, that was the last one. But I mean, I know. But when I heard about the concept of this, I was like, oh, this sounds like
the concept doesn't even like prepare. Like, I can't talk about the movie, but it is just so fucked up, and I loved it. I'm so happy it's doing so well, because
it's got some legs.
It's got some legs, and I'm happy for it, because it was so funny. Within 30 minutes, there was one other guy in the movie theater that I was in, because I mean, I was going to a 10 o'clock movie on a Saturday, so you know. So there was one other guy, and he walked out after 30 minutes, and he was staring at his phone as he was walking out. And I was like, dude, you just missed the fucking
point. Because, oh my God. I mean, I know, and we've been talking about a lot of AI stuff when it comes to this stream. And I know that's, you know, that's part of the plot of, like, you know, the fact that he's supposed to be like a time traveler that comes back, and he's warning about the, you know, what happens with AI and shit. And I know you can't say much, because it seems like this is one of those movies. If you say one thing, it's too spoilery or something like that.
You, all I knew about the movie was the trailer. That first trailer. That's all I knew. And it was like, okay, it's Sam Rock. Like, I didn't know. Oh, Gore Verbinski. Oh, the Pirates of the Caribbean guy. Okay.
Yeah.
So like, all I knew was Sam Rockwell and that trailer. And that was enough to make me go, I mean, you know me, Dave. I just go see movies. With the A-list, I'll pull the trigger on anything. But dude, it was so good, and it just gets more fucked up as the movie goes on, and I loved it.
That's awesome.
I loved it.
I can't wait to see it. Maybe I might have to just drive up to the movie theater tomorrow and watch it.
Dave, do it.
I will. I probably will.
Yeah, please do. I would love to see your reaction in the car.
Because I didn't see a movie this week. Obviously, I've been fighting.
You've been dead.
I was like, this fucking bug that I got just fucked me up this whole week. And I think I should probably treat myself tomorrow. And I think I might, you know. And so. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it, because this movie just screamed like, oh, this might be my favorite movie of the year.
It's I 5-starred it on Letterboxd. I'm gonna it's already like, I mean, granted, we're only within 2 months of 2026, but it's already like that first movie of the year that makes you go, you're gonna be on the list. The last time I felt like this early in the year was last year when I saw Black Bag in March.
Yeah,
you know, and that movie still held up throughout the entire year. But it's one of those movies that you just go, yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I think I got to do it. I got to do it because, you know, I just kind of stayed at home today, you know, and just still relaxed a little bit. I don't want to like overexert myself because of all this fucking shit, but I'm feeling good. And I'm like going, you know what? I need to get out of the fucking house. So yeah, and I'm like, you know what? I need to wash my car. It's been a little bit. I'll go wash my car and go see this goddamn movie. Huh?
Yeah.
Do it. Because I saw How to Make a Killing yesterday. I'm gonna be honest. It was okay. I was a little underwhelmed by it.
Yeah, I could see that. It didn't pull me in when I saw. Like, it looks interesting. I'm like, okay, but at the same time,
there's some performances.
Yeah,
I mean, and Margaret Qualley still. I always go back to that guy from Wonder Woman going, I'm both frightened and aroused. I don't care. She's just on screen, and it's just like
she has a presence.
She has a presence that makes you go, okay, I'm feeling a little horny right now, and it still works in this movie. But overall, the movie itself just was a little surface level. Like, it's only an hour 45, and I felt like things were a little undercooked.
Okay.
Like, script wise. So, like, it's fun to watch. It really gets going in the last act. Like, it's one of those movies that the last act is actually probably its strongest part.
Interesting. Okay.
But everything else, I just like, I guess it was a victim of my expectations of, I thought this thing could have been, cool and quirky, and it just under-delivered for me. And I was, especially since I left work at like after 2:00, booked it on the interstate, and made it to a 2:30 matinee thanks to 15 to 20 minutes worth of previews. Sometimes those things are like a blessing, because it's like, yes, it gave me the leeway I needed. So I was like, I'm still seeing a movie after 3 weeks, because I used to go to the movies at least once every week. So I'm trying to make up for it. I'm trying to see like 3 movies this week to try to like,
Yeah, you got to make up for it, man.
I got to make up for it. And I got my tickets for Project Hail Mary. And
I'm loving all the reactions to Project Hail Mary, because people are just like, they're praising that shit. And it just seems like that's going to be the movie, one of the, and I love, I love a good
what do you expect?
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those movies where you see the preview and you go, yeah, this is going to be that movie, isn't it? It's just going to be that space movie like The Martian. And it's from the same writer, right?
It's the same.
Well,
no. Hey. Andy Weir wrote the book, so let's not talk about the screenwriter. Let's talk about the novelist.
I've just said that's what I'm talking about, the books. Yeah,
but Drew Goddard did also adapt both of them.
Yeah, so he did. Yeah, so it seems like they have a good relationship, and I'm like going, you kind of see it right there. But before we continue, I know we got a couple people that need to leave. We got Taladia and Phil need to leave. I know. As soon as the freaking Scott shows up, what's going on, guys?
It's fine. I'm not offended by it. There's only enough room. When I walk into a room, I suck up the oxygen. It just happens. I get it.
I'm sure it's nothing against you, Scott, but yeah, we've been at it for over 3 hours, so it happens. Yeah. But Taladia, thank you for joining.
No problem.
Yeah,
thanks for having me on.
You gotta promote.
Well, I've got like a video coming up about Lego Batman, because that's been promoted next week, and then I'll have got a video coming up about 007 First Light. So I've got those 2 in the pipeline coming up. So thanks for having me on anyway.
Yeah, always, man. Always great talking to you.
Take care, everyone.
Have a good rest of your day.
All right, take care. Bye.
And then Phil.
Thanks for having me on, man. I'm just really tired. Got a lot.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, it happens.
Got a lot. Yeah, I also got a lot going on upstairs. I got episode of The Eternal Night with me and my friend Chris talking about Absolute Batman, DCKO, and a bunch of other stuff. Even some
what's he doing?
Sweet
Batman Part 2. So yeah, that's there on Podbean if anyone wants to listen to that. Other than that, I don't really have much going on. Thanks again, guys. Catch you later.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye, Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah. I think you really just sold me on just like, I got to,
doing okay?
I'm totally getting my, that movie screams like, oh, this is going to be something
right up your alley.
It really is. And then, and that was like we lost Chappie. He'll come back. But it's just like one of those, I was like, I gotta see this movie, and I was like, oh, what's next week? And there's that movie, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and see. And then of course, getting this freaking demon bug just kind of like screwed too many things up. But I think, because I plan on having dinner with maybe my mom want to go see that. I don't know, probably not.
I don't. You know what? It's.
Yeah.
I don't know Janice well enough. Like, it's weird, dude.
Yeah,
like
I probably shouldn't take my mom. It's not a mom movie. It's not a mom movie. She wanted to see the Songbird movie, the Hugh Jackman, Kate Winslet.
Song Blue.
Song Blue. There it is. She wanted to see that, and I was like, yeah, let's go see it. But then something happened where we couldn't. Yeah. That's her type of movie right there.
That's the one about That's the one about that Neil Diamond cover band, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's okay. It ended up being a little generic biopic for me when I saw it. So, but I can see, but your mom will probably really like it can be a crowd pleaser when you're not watching it with like my brain.
Well, I told her, I was like, hey, when it comes out on, streaming or, if you want to rent it, I'll watch it with you. I was like, we can do that. I'll come to your house, we'll watch it, So I mean, I'm perfectly okay with, I'm not against seeing it. And it looked like I like Hugh Jackman, Kate Hudson, I like her, so yeah. So we'll see.
It might sound cliche for me to say this, but I just started getting into watching K-pop Demon Hunters recently.
Tony movie check. Hey, I watched it. I watched that on Netflix because my children wanted to start listening to the songs. Yeah. And then on Halloween, I caught it in theaters because I unabashedly love that movie.
Oh yeah, me too. I love it too. It's great.
I've been hearing great things about it. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's great. I mean, the fact that it captured it. I mean, how big that thing got. It was like, wow. I mean, I might give it a shot just to see.
It might be better than most Pixar movies nowadays that I've seen. That's how good this
no. That is without Pixar has not been Pixar in a while. And
I mean, I like Turning Red. Turning Red was really good, but this was like on another level.
Yeah.
Of course, since it's almost like a musical, but the music is just so damn like even people who like reluctantly watch the movie even go, but the songs are really catchy.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I know. It's crazy.
Did your boy see it?
I got two of them to watch it. My oldest, who's 12 going on 13, even though he's the one who got me to listen to Soda Pop, he refused to watch the movie because he was doing like that whole preteen I'm too cool to watch it
of course
thing. But my wife and I watched it. We were like, we really love this movie.
Yeah.
We were looking at each other going, is it wrong that we like this movie as much as we do?
No.
I mean, when you're in that preteen phase, as a boy, the last thing you want to watch is a movie with a bunch of girls as the lead.
No, that's I'm not going to say that.
It could be part of it.
Actually, honestly, for him, it's just because it was funny. Like, he only went to go see the Minecraft movie after all his friends wanted to see it, even though we offered to take him to it. But we took Declan because he was like all about it. But this one, it was like he wanted to rebel against what everyone else was doing.
He's going hipster, huh?
It was going a little hipster, but it was really funny though, but once again, he was the one who finally got me to listen to some of the songs.
I'm
sorry. I love that song. It's catchy as hell, and I have no shame.
I have it on CD. I already have the soundtrack on CD.
I got the vinyl of it because So it's
I'm
funny.
hoping they'll do a physical media Blu-ray release.
I wish, because you know what? It's weird.
It is Sony, so I think it will get a release one day. But
At some point, because like Scott Pilgrim takes off, even though it was on Netflix,
God.
it's getting finally released next month on Blu-ray. And sometimes it's like the studio just has to make the decision. I don't know what I would be curious to understand the logistics between when a studio makes it and then they just like licensed it to Netflix or sold it to
That was
Netflix.
Sony.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but the point is that because you see some of these Netflix releases eventually do get physical releases. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of curious, like, what's the negotiation there between
Do you
what
think they're
does
waiting until it wins an Oscar?
I wonder about that because it already won a Grammy and then it's nominated for Best Animated Film. And honestly, based on everything that's nominated, it's got my vote to win the Oscar. But I would not be surprised if winning that Oscar might be the push it needs. I don't know. I think you bring up an excellent point.
Because then you can kind of promote it a little bit on the Blu-ray cover of it. So that's why I'm like, yeah, they're probably gonna.
I wouldn't be
wait for that a
surprised.
little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to release it during Oscar season, like leading up to the Oscars. Because the whole thing is that often studios would like do that as a way of like pushing people to like, hey, this movie's getting nominated for an Oscar and we just released it on physical media. Check it out.
I mean, they do that.
They do, because it's kind of like, sometimes the turnaround on home video is really fast. Sometimes the turnaround on home video is sometimes faster on movies that like Hamnet has already got a physical
I
release.
gotta watch that.
Oh, dude, that movie. Jessie Buckley definitely has my vote for the best actress.
And then she's gonna be in The Bride.
Bride, yeah, because she's the bride.
2 weeks from now.
Yeah. I wish I could. The problem is now with my work schedule, I can't quite get those advanced tickets the way that I can't assume what my schedule is going to be. So, because I want to get my Bride tickets, and I think what else am I waiting on? Because I want to see it in IMAX because I know that it was shot for IMAX.
I totally was like, because last night the reason why we're doing a Vodka stream tonight is because of my dad's anniversary dinner, and he was asking me like, "What's the next movie?" And I was like, "I don't think you want to see Scream because that's what comes out this week." And I was like, "I don't know, maybe Project Hail Mary," but I was like, "Wait, that's not till like,
the end of March."
Yeah, I know. I was like, "What is next?" I'm like, "There's something." I totally forgot The Bride. And I'm like, and my dad he's all about Universal monsters. I was like, "Shit." Totally forgot it was The Bride, and I'm sure he's gonna want.
It's like Christian Bale as Frankenstein's monster, right? So
it's a Bonnie and Clyde looking kind of, it should be good. I mean, it's Maggie Gyllenhaal, right, who is directing it.
Yes.
Yeah. So I wasn't completely sold by it. I'm like, okay. But I'm like going, but you got two powerhouses. Even though I haven't seen Hamnet, but I've been seeing the praise for her. So I'm like going, okay, she seems like she's just gonna, she's killing it right now, and she's, good going by the trailer. She's doing good in this movie as well. So yeah, it's gonna be a good one, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you should definitely check
I totally
it.
forgot. I was like, oh, that's the movie. So I gotta hit up my dad tomorrow and be like, The Bride. Yeah.
But you really should check it out though. K-pop, it's really amazing. I can see it.
Yeah, eventually maybe I'll
animation movies of the last decade.
It's crazy how that just took the world by storm, man.
Yeah.
I tell you. But yeah, so we got those away. I think Project Hail Mary is gonna be it's just going to be interesting to see. It's so funny too, because, a lot of people who have read the book, Scott, you read the book, right?
Yes. And I listened to, and because specifically I listened to Ray Porter's narration.
Oh yeah.
on Audible, which, by the way, Ray Porter getting inducted into the Audible Hall of Fame this week. That was awesome.
Good for Ray, man. Good for Ray. But it's so funny because I know when the last trailer came out for the Super Bowl, I was like, oh, man, okay, I've already seen so much of this. I didn't
watch the trailer, by the way. I
know.
Like, no, don't
know,
need to.
But and I even was like, all right, I don't need to watch another trailer. It's whatever. So I go see Crime 101. Guess what trailer I get?
I'm not surprised. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was like, God damn. I was like, all of a sudden it started playing. I'm like, God damn it. It's the new fucking Project Hail Mary trailer. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Just like, as my dad and his wife are sitting next to me, just go, like that, it's like, I'm not going to do that. So I watched the trailer and I was like, yeah, it shows a lot more of is essentially a twist in the book, it's like, which is, he fucking comes in contact with an alien.
I know. I am still so pissed that was even like revealed like that.
They show a lot in this one, and that's why when people said don't watch it because it shows, I was like, God damn, there is it. Like the trailer is heavily about that. And it's like, God damn it, come on,
spoiler trailers.
Yeah, it's like,
well, it's like they think that's what they think that's what they need to grab an audience, which is so funny because when the book first came out, you had no fucking clue that was even like a thing. Like it comes across like you're getting kind of like The Martian again, except for being on Mars, he's in a spaceship. And I am so angry for people who haven't read the book that this kind of information is being revealed because it's just
It's funny because even on Twitter, this happened. We're coming up when it comes to 10 years of Batman vs Superman, right? And people were posting trailers as they were coming out, and then even yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I think it was yesterday, where people were like posting like the final Batman vs Superman trailer, which was it wasn't like the actual final trailer, but it was like one of those adrenaline fueled like, hey, here's a trailer, and it was heavily about showing the Batman warehouse scene and shit like that. And it was like, it's a very good trailer. It's energetic, it's sexy, it's like, it's like it was just a lot of that. And I was like going like, and people were commenting about it, and I even commented, I said like, yeah, this was a great, it's a good trailer, sexy, and it was like energetic and stuff like that. But man, the marketing got really screwed because we had the teaser trailer and then we had the Comic-Con trailer, which blew everybody's balls off. And then they released that final full trailer, which totally revealed Doomsday and revealed the Trinity getting together and fighting him. And it was like, God damn, you guys just like totally spoiled.
You didn't need that trailer.
There's a Batman versus Superman, and you guys, when it came to the first two trailers, it was all about Batman and Superman at odds with each other. And then this one was just like not that. And yeah, it's just like, why do you have to show this? Like what these suits up in their fucking ivory towers that just go, no, we got to show this. We got to show this. We got to sell it.
Of all things, that reminds me of the trailers for Terminator Genesis. Because, like, the first few trailers or whatever, I was hyped for it. It's like, oh, this is a nice twist. Have Arnold, and they're going back to the events of the first movie where they're going to change things. You're going to have Arnold fighting with the Arnold from the first movie, yada yada yada. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. And then the trailer came out that revealed the whole twist of John Connor showing up, and he's a T-1000 or something. And I'm like, you didn't need to show us this. Now I am not interested in watching this movie.
But I mean, and then I just look at I look at the marketing for weapons, and I go, you guys nailed that one because
they didn't tell you a damn thing.
They didn't say a fucking thing. The hook was kids leave their houses at 2:17 in the morning and just run off into the darkness and disappear. And that's all it was. That's all it was. And guess what happened? People were like, I got to see what the fuck is happening in this movie. And everybody flocked to the movie, and the movie made like 5 times its goddamn budget and was widely successful. It's like, can you apply this to the big blockbusters as well? Can you just leave things? I mean, they when it comes to Project Hail Mary, they could have even just showed the spaceship and that's it. You didn't have to show the Rocky, the little alien dude. We actually literally know his name, from the trailers.
I know, which is so funny because I was the one after the first trailer going, I wouldn't even tell you what his name was because I was just like, no.
Yeah, but they literally reveal that in the trailers, that he gives him a name, the name Rocky. And it's like, wow, you didn't have to just go that. You could have just shown something is happening in the ship. And I'm like, and then maybe even having like Gosling's character going I think there's something out there or whatever the hell. And that's all you had to show. You just could have left that hook. But they didn't. They couldn't do that. They had to show that. It's so frustrating.
And I'm sure you've heard the standard excuse from studios or whoever about why they do that. Well, the trailer has to have a story. You have to tell the story in a couple of minutes. What? You don't need to tell the story. You just give the premise to grip people and make them want to come.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. It's really frustrating when that happened. But it seems like when it comes to the big blockbuster movies, they aren't as, because Weapons, that was a totally original thing, small movie, and they were just like, yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. And look what happened when it came to Weapons. You have to apply that logic to even these movies too. You can't just but I guess with sometimes, look at, if I look at something like Spider-Man No Way Home, they did a good job. They did a good job of not, revealing, Toby and Andrew, even though it was the worst kept secret, and the whole fucking thing. So, but
which was part of the fun, but yeah,
it was part of it. It was, but I don't know. It's just, and that's why, when I was thinking about that when it came to Batman vs Superman, where it was and I posted my tweet, and got a little bit of traction on Twitter. Where I was like, yeah, all we needed was that teaser and that Comic-Con trailer. That was it. We didn't need anything more. That established the feud that was going on between Batman and Superman in this real world setting. We didn't need anything more with that. Yes, we know that there's a Wonder Woman in there, but we didn't need to see her in action. We didn't need to see anything. And I remember that final trailer, and I remember even being disappointed, because I knew that there was a Doomsday, because I was people were sending me and hearing shit like that during that time, and I was like, don't show Doomsday. They showed Doomsday, and then and then it was just and then of course that one trailer, as cool as it was but you're showing at least 60% of that fucking warehouse Batman.
See, that was the one that pissed me off, because when I finally saw the movie, I was like, you've almost shown me the entire fight already.
Yes. Because they knew, they were like, oh, we gotta show the Batman. We gotta show Batman. We gotta show him kicking ass. And it was like, man, that first trailer, you showed enough where you did show a 2-second clip of him just boom, 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 boom. And then that was it. Exactly. And I remember seeing that going, oh, that was cool. We see Batman taking on a bunch of dudes in somewhere. And I was like, oh, I can't wait for that. And then all of a sudden you get a trailer that shows 60% of it. I'm like, what the fuck? It's frustrating.
That's why I stay away from trailers nowadays. Trailers nowadays, they give away too much.
But the problem is, but to your point, like Dave was saying, I know there's a guy named Kadeem that I follow on Vero, and he manages to miss trailers completely. He must just wait to walk into the theater until like after all the trailers have aired, because I've always wondered, like, I see trailers I don't want to see simply because I go to the movies so freaking much.
Yeah.
And the trailers are just there. It's like I don't watch trailers online unless I intentionally am choosing to watch them. I don't have live television, so it's not like I catch any TV spots. But when I go to the movies, I'm basically like, Malcolm McDowell in A Clockwork Orange, and it's like I can't look away because I'm there. The
Yeah.
only thing I can choose to do is either put in my AirPods and just, you know, be a drone for 20 minutes, or just walk into the theater intentionally late to
Yeah.
avoid them. But when they air them in front of the movie, and then the problem becomes the fact that when I go to the movies as much as I do, I see the same fucking trailer over
Oh
and
yeah.
over and
I
over
hate
and
that.
over again.
I hate it when you see this. There'll be some times where like, I'm looking at my phone and I'm like, scrolling through Twitter and stuff like that, and the trailers will start, and I'm like, I see the first one, I'm like, yep, seen this. And then I dim my screen. I'm not one of those assholes, but I'll like still be kind of looking, just seeing what's happening, because I've been off Twitter for like maybe an hour or so, and I'm just kind of catching up. And then I'll see a second trailer. I'm like, yep, seen that one too. And it's like, God damn, But it was so funny because I remember going, when it came to that Super Bowl project Hail Mary, I was like, all right, I'm gonna actively avoid this one. And I'm like, I didn't think it was going to be in front of Crime 101.
It's not even the same studio.
Yeah,
So,
it's like, why would they even put it in front of it? But then all of a sudden it was like, fuck, And
hey,
like,
no, I did see a new trailer in front of Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, for a movie that I had never even heard of. Didn't even know this movie existed. It's coming out in May. It's called Tuner.
Tuner. I don't even know what that is.
I know it. It's got Dustin Hoffman in it,
What?
and I know.
What's it called?
He's still alive?
Tuner,
Yes.
like Tuner.
Yes. And Leo Woodall is the lead, and I am so in just based on this trailer, because I did not even know the film's existence until tonight.
Okay, all I'm seeing is like a still of these two, and I'm intrigued already. I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck this is.
I can tell you the premise based on the trailer.
Okay, what is it? What is it?
So this guy has a hearing disorder that he's basically
he's got headphones on.
Right. He's basically allergic to loud noises, but that also has made him like fully so he's a piano tuner. So like you play keys and he'll be like A flat, C major. He can do like he does it, and then he can use that skills, and he gets roped into becoming a safecracker.
Oh,
I love that. Holy shit. Okay, I'm gonna watch the trailer when we're done right here.
There you go.
For sure. But yeah, I mean, Dustin Hoffman, he hasn't been in something in a while.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I thought he was dead.
Oh no, you would know Dustin Hoffman died.
I would.
But
it's rather like that joke. Remember, like I think it was like Tim Burton's Ed Wood, where it was that running gag that everyone thought that Bela Lugosi was dead, but it was because he hadn't done anything for so long.
Yeah. Dustin Hoffman, he's one of those that he can take breaks in between, but no, I'm very intrigued by this now. Yeah, I got to watch this trailer as soon as we're done here. I'm going to watch that, and I'm like, okay.
See, this is the value.
I love me some Dustin Hoffman, man.
But this is the value that I bring to the stream, because
exactly.
And it just looks like a really good, it's that noirish type of story where you've got
I'm on board.
Where you've got your protagonist who's just kind of like, he's not an everyman, but he's like the guy who's the nice guy, but then gets roped into like a bad situation, and so it's got like a heist feel because he is like reluctantly working with this crew, just because he could hear the tumblers and crack a safe. And I'm just like, okay, dude, I'm so into this movie.
Oh yeah, and I love me a good fucking heisty cracking the safe kind of movie.
Which by the way, cue people saying Zack Snyder's the blueprint because Army of Thieves.
And of course, yeah, they will definitely say that. What's funny is like, we're talking about like, obviously when it comes to 2026, a movie that's also probably going to be one of the biggest movies of the year is the Michael movie. There's no way that is not one of the biggest movies of the year because
you think they're going to address the situation?
Huh?
You think they're going to address the situation, whether he did it or not?
There's going to be probably some, liberties when it comes to certain things, when it comes to story, sure. But, and then of course there's, obviously with real life. No, the only reason why I'm gauging that movie, I mean, I already thought it was going to be one of the biggest movies of the year, but the reason why I'm gauging that is because I got a text message last night from one of my good friends she has not been to the movie theater since her daughter has been born. And she texted me and somebody else who was like, I haven't been in the movies in like 3 years. I want to see the Michael movie. And I was like, and it was funny because when she said, I want to see the Michael movie, I was like, I remember reading it and I went, the Michael movie. I'm like, what? Like Michael Myers? It's like I immediately had no idea what she was talking about. And I was like, is there a fucking Halloween movie coming out early? I'm like, no, there's not one. Oh, the Michael Jackson movie.
Yeah.
It's just, and I remember like, obviously it looks good and it's kind of crazy, like, how you pull off a Michael Jackson biopic movie is like, that's insane. But that is also probably, I think that movie is going to be absolutely huge this year. And it's probably going to beat out any superhero movie,
Depends how much money it makes. How much money you think it'll make? $7 million?
Yeah, but I think it's going to be, it could be the biggest movie of the year. I don't know if I'm like, I just think that because Michael Jackson is he's that larger than life, character, even though he's not a character, he's a real person, but
still it people love the music.
Yes.
And there is that, like, when you talk about general audience conversation, there's also a lot of intrigue about the fact that his nephew is playing him in the movie.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is like, how do you nail, I mean, how many times have they tried to probably do like this movie? And then it was like, well, how do you do it? Well, you get his nephew who can move like him, who does look similar to him. And of course they're going to use prosthetics and everything like that. But when you see that first trailer and it's like, Jesus Christ. And then of course they have that second trailer and you go, all right, yeah, this movie is going to probably be the biggest movie of the year. I mean, but I just gauged it on when I got that text message from my friend who has not been to the movie theater in 3 years. And it's like, she's like, I want to see this movie. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. I mean, I'm going to end up probably seeing that movie multiple times because there's going to be people who are like, we got to go see this. And I'm like, well, I'm seeing it. If I get an early screening, I'm going to see it. I'm going to see it opening night, and then I'm going to see it, with whomever wants to fucking, see it. I just have a feeling I'm going to see that movie multiple times because it seems like that's going to be the movie of the year this year is that Michael movie. And judging by the trailers, it looks like they nailed it with everybody pretty much, Yeah. It's going to be insane. But
Also, if I may, like Scott, revealed the existence of of a movie that, it piqued my interest certainly, and piqued your interest. I have been watching a certain show, and next week is the season finale of it, and it's one of those shows that has gotten a special kind of hype, and a lot of people, and there are a lot of folks who would say, oh man, this show looks so great. It's just I'm torn because I don't want to support the streaming service that is on.
What movie?
The Pendragon Cycle.
Pendragon Cycle.
All right.
It's on Daily Wire Plus, but
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
But it's adapted from Stephen Lawhead's novels about Arthur.
Yes.
And I have those novels. Of course, it's a King Arthur. Of course, I have them.
Of course.
But I just haven't gotten around to reading them yet. But it's an interesting series because it divides up the story into 5 novels, but it starts before Arthur.
Yes.
It's interesting that it basically goes from Merlin's origin all the way to the death of Arthur. So you're getting like the whole story.
Yep, exactly. And in fact, season 1, if you notice how when they finally, because the production of this show, like it took a while. It took a while to like they were filming it, but then it actually took the better part of last year to do the post production. And when they finally announced its release, they announced that this season would have a subtitle, "The Rise of Merlin," because season 1 is the first 2 books. Taliesin, which is about his parents, and Merlin, which is about him. And I gotta say, damn, this show is good. I mean, yeah, I'm a big King Arthur guy. Like, I love the different versions of it. I mean, obviously Zack Snyder. Yeah, I mean, obviously Zack Snyder wants to do his version as a Western, but and I'll say. One of the main reasons that I was like pumped to talk about it is because we were talking about how Zack Snyder is the blueprint. And the thing is, the action scenes with Merlin and when he uses his like powers and all that, it is such a quick slow-mo. Like when he uses powers, it's like a sudden slow-mo that is so 300. And I'm watching it, I'm like, Zack Snyder's the blueprint.
I mean, he did.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because I haven't heard about that. I know that Daily Wire stuff does.
Yeah.
Things.
And I will say one of the main reasons that I feel led to talk about it is not too long ago, Joe Rogan had on Roger Avery. Remember, he was Quentin's friend.
That was a very interesting episode.
Yeah, and on that episode, Roger Avery talked about Pendragon Cycle, and he said, I watched it. It was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Like, there you go.
Yeah. If anybody has not watched that episode, Roger Avery is an interesting character, and there's clips and that you can probably find very easily, and it's so funny because he talks in that Joe Rogan episode. He talks about flat Earth stuff.
Oh, wow.
Which of course Rogan, goes, what the fuck, dude? But at the same time, what he said, like, had me go, yes, Roger Avery. And this is where I go, no, I don't believe in flat Earth. Trust me. But at the same time, he goes, well, I'm a screenwriter, so I just like fall in these rabbit holes. I'm like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with falling down into the rabbit holes of certain things. I've fallen down rabbit holes of flat Earth and all this kind of stuff where I go, this would be a good fucking movie or a good story. There's so many things that could, it debunks and everything. I don't believe in it, but I like the concepts of some of this stuff. And I will fall down a rabbit hole because I just go, oh, this is great. And of course, obviously I could be deemed like, oh, you're a flat Earth. No, I just like the concept and like the sci-fi of all this shit where I go, wow. So we're like in this little part right here, and then there's more outside of the ice wall. Oh, I love that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
It's just fun.
Case in point, like Jules Verne, A Journey to the Center of the Earth is because he's going down the rabbit hole of the hollow Earth theory.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They even talk about that.
Did they do that with Bridget Fraser?
There's a lot of things where I get so intrigued by certain things. I'm like, do I believe them? No. But at the same time, I just like the theories because they sound like cool sci-fi stories. And I'm like, oh, is the moon a spaceship? Cool. I like that concept. And they made a movie. Roland Emmerich made a movie, the Moon movie with Halle Berry and what's his fucking nuts.
Yeah, and like no one saw it.
They made a movie about the fucking moon being a fucking like a spaceship, and it was like
like no one saw it
that's
though.
cool shit. I love that kind of stuff, you know.
I gotta say one thing, and then I gotta go to bed because I
we're gonna wrap up. We're gonna wrap up.
But I want to make sure. I know that since you've been dead all week, did you hear that they're finally releasing Fight Club in 4K?
Yes, I saw the cover with the soap and
the soap, and it's getting a one night only theatrical release on April 22nd.
I totally because I did not see it in the movie, and that's it's my favorite.
I know it's one of your favorites, so that's why I had to bring it up because I was like, okay, Dave's been dead to the world, and I'm just wondering if he knows about this.
Yeah,
because I've been
Illicism is like, I was like, I actually would love to go see that and I plan on wherever I'm going to sniff out where I could go watch that and on the big screen because I didn't have the luxury of seeing it when it came out. I got spoiled by it by all kinds of people, and then I finally watched it. I'm like, I just like the movie, and
it's my favorite. It's my favorite Fincher film.
Yeah, I love the movie, and then I read the book after, and I was like, holy shit! Like comparing the book to the movie, and even Chuck Palahniuk, he even says that the movie is better than my book. He's even said that. He said because the book jumps so much. You read the book, it jumps jumps back and forth between a lot of things, so it's kind of confusing. So I think what Fincher, and I don't even know who wrote the script. I got to remember who did that, but I know Fincher had a help in it, but the movie just helps it just be like, no, we're not jumping. Yeah, we jump, we show the end part first, which I love when movies do that. And then we go back and then we have the narration from the narrator because we never know Edward Norton's actual name. And he did such a good job with that. So I can understand why Palahniuk was like, hey, actually the movie's better. So I'm gonna sniff that out, and I wanna watch that on the big screen for sure.
I'm gonna be going to bed soon, so see you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna take it easy, Chappie.
Yeah, see you guys. And by the way, Takeout is definitely the best song of the album. So bye.
Yeah. Hey, did either of you guys ever by chance read the graphic novel of the sequel to Fight Club?
Yes, I have it. Yeah,
I have. Okay, I've read Fight Club 2. I own Fight Club 3, but I haven't read it.
I haven't gotten 3.
Okay, wow. See, I knew about 2. I didn't know about 3 though.
Oh yeah. There
is a 3. I have not picked it up, but I did pick up Fight Club 2. Yeah,
and I loved the way that Palahniuk in the graphic novel does that thing where he tries to reconcile the differences between the book and the movie. I love when it's like what I always talk about, why I love Mike Flanagan's take on Dr. Sleep so much, how he tries to reconcile the novel of The Shining with the movie of The Shining. And so I thought it was hilarious. And of course it's weird as fuck, as Palahniuk stuff usually is.
Yeah.
So, but I want to go back and reread Fight Club 2, and then I want to finally read Fight Club 3.
Have you how many Palahniuk books have you read, Scott? Have you read yeah, go ahead.
Honestly, it would have to be because I went down a rabbit hole one year and read as many as I could check out from the library.
What was the one where the girl dies and she goes to hell? I forgot what that one.
Oh, Damned.
Damned. Yeah. Have you read that one?
Have I read that one? I own it, but I don't know if I read it or not.
If you should dive into that one because I read that one and his version of hell. Holy shit!
I think I want to say I did, but I'm fuzzy on the details. I know I read
Choke.
I read Choke.
Yeah.
I read whichever one's about the the porn film. I'm trying to remember the name of that one.
Something monster. It had monster in it.
The monster. No. The one with monsters was the one about the model, and that's the
right,
one.
The model. That's right. You're right.
The model is the one with the monsters, because that was the one that I read the quote director's cut of the book, where you're like they put in some new chapters and like you're like it's almost like a choose your own adventure where you're constantly having to like flip through all the different pages. Cause it was like a magazine. The concept was like it was like a magazine where you have to constantly like jump around to read the articles. It was really interesting. But so I read that one, and then
he actually did an anthology one where it was like multiple stories. Like, God, I can't remember what the fuck it was called, but it was also pretty good. And it was like some horror stories that he actually did too, where were pretty good. I forgot what it's called, man.
Yeah.
But I remember, that one. Yeah, I mean, Pontiac is like he's definitely, I read Choke. I read, of course, Dan. I mean, it was like Judy Blume meets I don't know, Rob
Dante's Inferno. I mean,
it's just like one of those where like his idea of hell was like, whoa.
and didn't even like the devil was like, okay, bitch, you're too much.
Yeah, exactly. It was because you got this little girl who just gets killed and goes to hell, and then but it's there's a charm to it because obviously it's like
there was a sequel where she goes to purgatory, like she gets out of hell and goes to purgatory.
I didn't read that one.
I didn't read it either, but I knew about its existence.
Yeah.
So, did you ever read Lullaby?
Lullaby. Oh no, but I did not. But I remember seeing it when I was like in my phase.
That you need to. There was a Kickstarter for a film version that I backed.
I think I remember that. Yeah,
but to this day, the movie still has not been made. But that's how I got that signed copy of Fight Club was from backing that Kickstarter. And but Lullaby was a good. If you've not read Lullaby, it's supposed to be this. It's basically the idea like if you hear the lullaby, you die, kind of thing. It's a very interesting. I think you could sum up all of his books with saying it's interesting.
That's a Pontiac right there for sure. Yeah. But let's go ahead and end this stream right here. This has been fun, of course, for a Saturday, and me resurrecting myself from the sheer demon bug that I had this week. God damn, it was fun. Yeah, totally fun. But today was fun. Obviously, when it comes to all this. So, of course, thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you to Chappie. Thank you, of course, to Phil. Thank you to William. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Eric, and for joining, of course. And we'll go around. Eric, do you have anything to promote?
Well, just that I'm continuing to set up all the equipment and material for my channel. I'm finally going to put it to use with my own show, with my own kind of content, if you will.
Yeah.
So who knows? I even got this. I was looking to find a way to kind of work this in as a punchline to some joke we would tell or something, but
yeah. I know you're trying to make it very noir-y, kind of like like you're
exactly.
a detective type, and
that's why I have this. That's why I have this green lamp here, but I wasn't expecting it to be this bright on the stream.
You never know what it's like to be like on camera.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
All right. Well, we look forward to it. Scott, what do you got?
Oh, of course, follow me on X, ScottDC27, on Vero, Scott McClellan. Follow my letterbox, Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. I will be posting my reviews of How to Make a Killing, Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die. And though I was dissuaded from seeing it a week ago, I do plan on finally seeing and reviewing Crime 101 later this week. So make sure that you are following my letterbox to catch all of those reviews and many more to come for 2026. And other than that, I know I've got some videos that I want to do, but frankly, I just don't have the bloody time right now. But when I do, I know I still need to do that unboxing of my Batfleck Armored Batman hot toy. I know that's coming, and but I've also want to show off the Arrow releases of Excalibur, and I'm also getting Westworld. So those things are just those Arrow releases are just works of art, and they need to be appreciated. And so just look forward to that. But follow me, and then of course this Wednesday here on the Phone Junkie YouTube channel, we will pick back up with the DC Fanimated stream. And we'll be watching episode Payback from season 2 of Batman Beyond.
There you go. Yeah. Sadly, we didn't. Sadly, there was no streaming this week because the devil.
Speaking of streaming, one thing I completely forgot, because when you were asking me what I was planning on. Oh, one of the things I mentioned earlier in the stream, we were talking about how I was looking into the history of Disney, and I was especially what happened with Michael Eisner and so on. And I have been. This is sort of an ambition of mine to do a big special. I'll start off my stream with just a normal basic content on my stream in my office and all that, but one thing I really want to do is a big special about the details of exactly what went down with Disney and what to learn from it, how to make it better, that sort of thing.
Good.
Yeah
get it nice and
absolutely
toned up, and make sure you got every your T's crossed and your I's dotted. Whatever the hell that's saying, but make sure you you do all that, and
absolutely
start off strong. Well, this has been fun. Thank you everybody who showed up, and thank you guys. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Scott, and of course thank you everybody who's spent the 4 hours right here. It's always been great. All right, love you guys. Talk to you later.
Oh, yeah.